know about the regulatory part, if you don't know about your customers, where are the target customer, who are you going to target, what are the issue you are going to face when you come to the real world, I think you will not be able to survive in that. So first and foremost, when you are going to scale up, you have to understand that scaling up will come with real world challenges. We also as a company now, when we do a lot of UATs, so these are all internal database UATs, very small data is available. But the moment we go to the real world, when the real customers come, when the real banks come, then we face the real problems. Some customer will come, different problem. Then we'll have to again retrain our model or redevelop our model. So, because we have not looked into those problems, because the data set to that level is not available to us. So I think the biggest challenge here is that the data set which is available to me is non-AI data set basically. It's unstructured data set. So on which I cannot test my model actually. So in the real world, that is the biggest problem I face. And in the financial sector, another biggest problem is finding of a proper talent. So talent is available. You have a talent in IT, you have a talent in AI also. But the talent which has financial ability also, both the things in a one person is very difficult to find. So that is another challenge. Then the moment you come into a real world, you find a lot of regulations coming into picture. And the AI world or the digital world is like that. Almost every month you have the changing regulation. You have every day coming of new laws, stricter laws. So because of that, the institutions which is going to use AI from financial point of view, they are also afraid that when the next law will change, what impact it will have on the customer. Customer is also afraid because of the cyber crimes and all. So these are all challenges which one comes into the real world faces, which he is not able to see it when he was developing the model.
Great points there, and I'm glad you kind of honed in on regulation, because it seemed that our audience didn't think it was too much of an issue, but particularly in fintech where it's such a closely overseen sector, I think it would be a concern. And of course, the point about uncertainty, which is, I think, coterminous with regulation, unfortunately, more and more, particularly in the digital space, where there is seems to be limited guidance of policy or limited in terms of long-term vision, what to do. So now we're just going to move to our next theme, and maybe we can come back to some of the themes we've touched upon today. So if we can pull up another Mentimeter, the second one. Is it up? The next one. Thank you. So same thing again. You've already, I think, logged in, or I don't know if you have to do it again. So if you want to just give some responses here, what matters most for AI to scale? What do you think is significant or salient when it comes to scale for AI? Okay, you can see that the discussion of the panel has informed at least one response. See them here. Just give it a minute or so. Some kind of trend. Okay, so trust, I'm seeing product market fit, data access. Yeah, seems extremely informed by our discussion right now. Good to know. Yeah. People are listening. That's good. That's always heartening. So I think I'm going to keep letting you guys respond. Please keep bringing your responses in. But we're going to start with the next round of questions. So since we're talking about scale, when we think about it, I mean, we've already kind of moved on from the success of a prototype or a pilot, because we understand that once it enters the real world, it's a whole new reality, right? It's a whole different context. And often startups fail to grapple with that reality effectively. But we do live in a country that is extremely populous. We do have a massive demographic dividend. And as a consequence of that, scale tends to be something that we achieve more easily than other countries. I mean, I've had many discussions with people from other countries where they're like, how does India scale? How do your startups achieve such high numbers? But what is meaningful scale when it comes to AI in your sector? So again, Anurag, I'm going to start with you. How do you define scale, meaningful scale in your sector, and what do you think the barriers to scale are?
I think scale in the health sector primarily is based on user base, especially in the personal wellness sector, which is the least regulated and the most amenable to expansion, where number of people using what your product is probably the most meaningful.
If category. I could just get you to kind of expand on what you mean by personal wellness.
So for example, you will see lots of apps today using AI to help you with your diet, your weight, your fitness and things like this. These are relatively easier sectors because a doctor does not have to be involved in the middle. Regulatory framework is less. The fundamental assumption is that if you give bad advice, a normal person is capable of recognizing it and not following it, which makes it easier to scale in terms of unit metrics of the number of people who use yours. Revenues can be small, but it works out. When you come to the more formal health sector, I think it is the enterprise level solutions, helping manage large organizations, manage electronic health records, access data easily, voice to digital data, make convenience and efficiencies of workflows better, that large enterprises are interested in, that allows people to scale better. The most difficult category, but potentially the most scalable category, is where you help the government do something it could not do before for lack of manpower. This would require you to create a perfect product market fit where the consumer is the government, meeting a large societal need. You have to meet every benchmark, trust, regulation and so on. And then you have to fit yourself into the public procurement policy. This to my mind becomes the real hardest mile. Those who will cross this will have almost infinite scale in a country of 1 billion people, with the government providing a huge chunk of healthcare services.
Certainly. I mean, there are many initiatives around the world. One good example is the Small Business Innovation Research Initiative in the US, which basically was developed to ensure startups access to procurement because they would kind of get blocked out. And I want to actually ask you another follow-up question on that. So when you talk about access to procurement, yes, definitely, that is a great proving ground and an important one for going to market for startups. But how do they overcome things like L1 and other kinds of structural restrictions that may make it hard for them to enter that market?
That's a great question. In fact, now I'll answer it in two parts. For example, when the India AI mission is now holding competitions, it is guaranteeing procurement for the winners of those competitions. So that is the research way of victory. The second is to meet trust benchmarks. In health, for AI, L1 will not operate. Meeting or exceeding performance benchmarks will be, and thinking of the health technology assessment framework, where you save money. So for example, when ICMR was looking at chest X-ray solutions for tuberculosis, it conducted a full HT assessment on everybody who applied. Only 2 vendors turned out to be net money saving to the government because they improved the processes. Those 2 got automatically certified that anybody in India could easily procure any one of them. So if you do a full HTA along with economic benefit, then L1 no longer becomes the relevant way.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Hemendra, I'm going to come to you. Same question. How do you define meaningful scale in agriculture? And what do you think the barriers to scale are? And just a third part, now that we've had this discussion about procurement, what does procurement look like for AI startups in agriculture?
Yeah. Thanks, Meghna. I think when it comes to agriculture and food, scale is humongous. It's 500 million smallholder farmers across the world. Out of that, 120 or 150 million farmers in India itself. And of course, 7, 8 billion consumers and millions of intermediaries. So there is absolutely sky's the limit when you talk about scale in agriculture. Coming to barriers, I think multiple barriers, I would say. The first and foremost, I talked about the trust deficit. I think, for example, there are like hundreds of weather advisory apps for farmers, right? First of all, farmers don't download apps, right? But what they trust if the data is coming from the government. So they love IMD. They love some large companies whose names are familiar. So how do you build that trust layer with the farmer is the first and foremost challenge and opportunity. Second, I would say distribution. I think this is one of the sector where partnerships are critical for scale. Partnership with state governments, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, agriculture universities, FPOs, SHGs, blah, blah, blah. Unless you crack that, it's hard to scale. And that's where I've seen a lot of agri-tech startups which have tried to build their proprietary data, proprietary distribution, didn't really scale beyond a few districts or few states, right? The third point, I think, which was also there on the slide, unit economics. This is one of the sectors where the margins are super thin, across the value chain. There are like 10, 15 intermediaries earning 1, 2, 3% kind of margins. So how do you make that sharing of economics fair to all the stakeholders? I think that is so critical because if unit economics break at one layer, it's not going to scale. And last but not the least, which is a big barrier, is weak data infrastructure, right? If you don't feed the right data, it's garbage in, garbage out, right? And I think that's where India opportunity lies to me. For example, whatever data is available on the web, I'm sure ChatGPTs and Claudes of the world have already scrapped it. But what about the data that we have in the country lying with hundreds of agriculture universities, ICR institutions, right? There's so much of research available which is very contextualized to Indian farmers. Likewise, the data coming from 7,000 mandis, 150 million farms, about 2 lakh weather stations, satellite imagery. So I think we have a wealth of proprietary, India proprietary data which we haven't really harnessed. And you have to really make a mark in global AI. To me, agriculture is right up there. I think the challenge is how do we make that data collection affordable? How do we open source that data? Already Agri stack is in the work, which a lot of people may know, with 70 million farmer IDs already issued. But I think the real beauty of this Agri stack will come up when we start open sourcing it for private sector, for building multiple use cases.
Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is first about making the data that we have available or accessible, and then thinking about what else can be done. And data collection and processing and cleaning is extremely expensive, so the government is the best entity to do that. Ravindra, coming to you, same question. What is meaningful scale in fintech? What does procurement look like? And what do you think the barriers are to both scale and procurement?
See, the scaling up in fintech is very unique actually, because if you look at the fintech or the sector which we serve, has multiple segments. You can serve payment stream also. You can go to deposit. You can go lending. You can do whatever. I mean, there are multiple segments. So the person who has built some solution for it, or some startup is there, then they have to be very clear about their path, where they are going to go there, the kind of talent which is available, the transparency in their system, because ultimately it is the trust versus the hype. I mean, hype you have created by creating a model or some solution or some startup and app, but ultimately when it is going to reach to the final customer, not the bank, not the NBFC, not any other institution, but to the customer, that trust has to be there, which the end customer has on the manual systems. So it has to be converted to the AI model which you are building. So first thing is that you have to be very sure about where the data is coming, whether the data is pure, whether the data is structured. Because once the data has been acted upon by AI or used by AI, it should not give biased results. It should give very objective results, and it should create trust among the customers.
Do benchmarks exist currently to gauge that? In terms
What?
of, do bias benchmarks exist currently in terms of gauging that?
It should not happen actually. Once you have created a model, it should be very objective model. It should not throw you biased results to for the customer. So it will create not only issues for the customer, but it will create issues for the banks also, institutions also. So first thing is that while scaling up, you have to keep these things in your mind, that it has to be very, very, the data has to be very structured data, AI ready data, so that the results come up, non-biased results come up, and customer has trust on those results.
Just one more question. You know, banking is not, if we're thinking about it in a B2B context, banking is not a homogeneous sector. I mean, none of your sectors are really. So when you're thinking about, again, a B2B AI fintech business, you're wanting to integrate into a bank's systems, how do you approach different banks? So cooperative banks have very different considerations from something like an
That's the
SBI.
reason. That's why I said not only the banking system itself, you have NBFCs, you have cooperative banks, you have rural banks, you have commercial banks, you have private banks. So there are hundreds of banks or systems, institutions. You have government lending institutions like SIDBI is there. So there are a lot of categories of financial institutions. So when you create a product and you want to scale it up, you have to be very sure for what you want to do. You cannot just go in the market and then you try to scale up and then you fail in that model.
I've also noticed in fintech particularly that a lot of technology uptake is driven by regulation. So particularly smaller banks like cooperative ones, they say that, you know, we basically hire startups on the back of a cybersecurity regulation or something like that. And there's like maybe
Yes. Because see, regulators' job is that the consumer or the last mile customer should not, I told you, trust versus hype. So that trust will come when the regulator, suppose regulator says when you develop any product, any app, you have to give to the customer key fact statement, where every single thing which you are going to offer to the customer is recorded, and there is a APR, which is the overall cost which you are going to charge to the customer. So this is the regulator's job, that any digital application should have all the transparency available for the customer.
Thank you for that. We're going to come to the last question. We don't have a Mentimeter here. If we have time at the end, we might put it up. But now we want to talk about impact. You know, we've spoken about funding, we've spoken about scale. What does impact look like in your sector, Anurag? And I'd like for you to kind of delve into the different, because again, we're not dealing with a homogeneous landscape here, delve into the different kinds of use cases and the different kinds of contexts where impact can be meaningful or gauged.
I think in health, impact is clear. When you enable people to have either easier or better access to healthcare, you have made impact. I'll give a very small example of how this can be done specifically in the health sector. In a country like India, where people typically don't even understand the disease they have, why they take the medications they take, no doctor has ever explained to them why anything is done to them. If you just look at, say, I'm just using a company as an example, as EkaCare. One of the reasons EkaCare was able to scale very fast, they recognize the problem. Everybody sits on bunch of data, tests. They have no idea what the test means. They have no access of a person of understanding who will explain it to them. And there are enough open source foundation models available that can do a reasonable job of putting things together and explaining them. So you give people value services when they share their data with you, you make their appointment booking easier, you make them easier to comprehend. And if you increase quality, I'll honestly tell you, one of my friends wanted me to explain a very complicated MRI to them. I'm not an MRI person normally. I also used it for a second to help me understand, and then of course I can filter it. The second level of impact is, I think, what you would call really improving the quality of services to the point you make it better than it was before. You can see it in genomic services. You can see it in corporate level, high level models. You can diagnose diseases that you could not before. You can take people with cancer and plan their radiotherapy that you couldn't before. That's impact at the treatment level. And lastly, I would say impact is when you change outcomes. Very few examples of that in health AI yet, but I would say outcomes are changing by new drugs being discovered by the use of AI in the health sector. Drugs are either being designed better or made faster. People have turned a turnaround of new antibodies to within 6 months from years. We've already seen AI-designed antibiotics that are killing drug-resistant MDR organisms that couldn't be done before. This is research. But I think research is also impact. So I think the biggest impact in the end will come from solving previously unsolvable problems, then efficiencies, then enablement.
Thank you. I just want to double down a little bit and just follow up with one more question. You know, AI, of course, it enhances our ability, in your case, you know, to improve either value-added services, which is extremely important because all hospitals in this country are capacity constrained. But there are also some paradoxes that emerge, right? So on the one hand, it may enhance our ability to diagnose diseases quicker, but on the other hand, there's an autonomy risk that emanates from that if there aren't safeguards put in place. So just want to understand what kind of safeguards should a founder be wary of or consider when they're creating their solution?
No, I think this is very important. AI can make mistakes, will make mistakes, and doctors will suffer from AI fatigue. Recently, my wife's a radiologist who uses AI tools all the time from a company. Sunita is here. She was pointing out that every third case on her list is turning red because some finding is there or the other. And sooner or later, you are going to make mistakes where AI picked up on something and you ignored it. And then you will make the other type of error, so you became a rubber stamp to the AI, just automating your stamp. Either direction is bad. People who design these solutions need to think a little bit more about the users who will use this and perhaps look at grades in which they would present their findings. And I think it's an active conversation all over the place, including at the company where my wife is in.
Thank you so much. And maybe a consideration for standard of care, not only being applied to doctors, but to those making these solutions available in the health sector, specifically in medical context. Hemendra, on to you. Same question. What is impact in your sector? Again, it would be helpful to have some use cases, some insights from different elements or segments within the agricultural sector. And how do we deal with some of the paradoxes? You know, I think an accuracy one is one, but are there any other interesting paradoxes that emerge where on the one hand, capability is enhanced, but on the other hand, there is some risky outcome or there is potential for risk in terms of, you know, adverse outcomes?
Thanks. Yeah, so I think it's an interesting question, and I often say in agriculture, the farm yield, which is one of the key impact parameters, to me is more of a vanity. The farm incomes, the income predictability, income assurance to farmer is more of a sanity, but the fact is making farm income resilient is the reality, you know. So that is the sort of framework with which we can see the impact. And you're right, I think when it comes to agriculture, measuring impact has multiple dimensions. And that's where I want to bring this notion that a lot of AI models, when you think about agriculture, is thought from a perspective of direct to farmer, right? But actually, in the reality, it is more like an embedded AI model for agriculture, for it to create impact. So let's say improving farm incomes. I think you'll be surprised that farmers sell their products when the prices are lowest, and they sell to the mandi which is nearest, right? 15 days to sell, and 30 kilometers is where the buyer is. So even as simple as price discovery, market discovery, buyer discovery is going to create a huge impact. You know, how do you create that models? My AI should be able to tell what are the prices prevailing in multiple mandis. My AI should be able to figure out the logistics service providers. My AI should be able to, you know, put an auction dashboard where buyers are bidding for you, right? Quality is saying, you'll be surprised, go to any mandi in the country, the quality assessment continue to be very subjective. You know, traders take the commodity on their palm and they'll just throw it open in the air and say, hey, this is A, B, C quality. This is how the quality assessment is happening. why should farmer work hard to produce better quality, right? So I think, and thankfully there are like hundreds of startups who build some interesting AI tools basis spectrometry and some other technologies which give very fair assessment on physical grades, chemical grades, biochemical grades. So can we make that AI available in these places of aggregation, be it warehouse, be it mandis? Credit, again, an interesting data point. The 60-70% of lending continue to be through informal sources, and the cost of lending coming to a fintech opportunity is 3 to 5% per month. Who in the world is going to make money on an interest rate which is upwards of 30-40% a year? Forget the poor Indian farmer, right? How do you make this credit accessible, institutional credit accessible through cooperatives, through RRBs, through multiple PSU and private sector banks at a rate which is reasonable, 7, 8, 9, 10%. And that's where credit scoring models comes into picture. Thankfully, we are capturing so much data from satellite imagery that you can build a credit score for each and every farm in the country. And that can go as an underwriting tool to the banks, and they can build some interesting model to make that credit available. Likewise, inputs. There's about, in India, we use about $50-60 billion worth of agricultural inputs every year. And farmer uses inputs basis gut feel. And that's why we see so much of urea, so much of DAP getting into a soil and finally getting into a stomach in some ways. So how to optimize use of agricultural inputs? And that can only happen when you run some interesting AI algorithms on the soil health, on the plant health, on the hyperlocal weather parameters. You can actually cut down the input cost by 30-40%. So just put all this together and you will see a huge impact happening at the farm level. But I think the whole ecosystem has to come together to create this impact. I don't think a startup or an AI tech company can do it. We need far more collaborative ecosystem for this.
Yeah, I'm going to prod you a little more just on that point because, you know, we've seen a lot of digital interventions. You spoke about market pricing, for instance, or making market pricing available from mandis. We had the ENAM initiative, which struggled to get off the ground primarily because, you know, it wasn't really attuned to the ground reality of mandis. There were many, many issues that emanated. How do we overcome those to enable it? Because ultimately you do need some kind of digital interface to be collecting data in order for it to be fed into a model.
Absolutely great question. And I must clear this myth. I think a lot of people sitting in big cities think that farmers is not digitally literate. The amount of social media farmer is using today, be it YouTube, be it WhatsApp, be it Instagram, Facebook is humongous. And not for seeing some reels or something, for actual information which can help him in the farming or the animal husbandry. So first and foremost, farmers are digitally literate. I think second very important component here is building a very farmer-friendly UI UX, right? And I have seen the use of voice, use of vernacular, use of video is far more powerful than a chat. So I think that is to me is more like a design challenge, and I'm sure some of the AI startups in the room can solve for it. How do you make that interface so friendly? Third click for the farmer is going to run away. He's going to run away on the third click. All you have is first click and maybe second click. So if you can solve in 30 seconds, you're good.
Okay. We're almost at the end. 5 more minutes. Great. Good to know. Okay. So I think we can fit in a last Mentimeter as well. Ravindra, coming to you again. Same question. What does impact look like in fintech? What are the different kinds of use cases we're seeing across different segments? And how do you deal with the paradox of enhanced capability but enhanced risk as well when it comes to outcomes?
See the impact, I will give one word only, huge, huge impact. You have to remember, you have to go back to the manual days when the banking used to happen today also, but there was a time when the borrower or the person or the applicant will go to the bank for 6 months, 5 months. He will go with his balance sheet, with his other statements, GST, tax statements, personal statements. And banker will say, come tomorrow, I don't have time, this is there, that is there. Then again one customer will come, he will say, he is my chacha ka ladka, isko to aaj hi kar dete hain, ye mere neighbor hai. So he'll do it. So that was a very subjectivity involved in lending decisions or any other decisions. So the first and foremost thing is that once the AI or the digital era has come, that subjectivity is gone now. The entire data is sourced from the SSOT itself, the single source of truth, and entire data is analyzed based on algorithm. The risk ratings are generated using that. So customer is not interacting in a subjective manner with the bankers or any institution. He is being judged on certain parameters which were impossible to actually judge by the human mind. So one thing is that, and everything is very objective. And now I'll tell you why it is huge. The earlier the decisioning in the lending used to take almost like 60 days to 90 days. It is an average. It could have gone to 120 days. It could be in 30 days also. But now what we have done in certain banks is the decisioning has come down to 40 minutes, 45 minutes. So in 40-45 minutes, a customer comes to know whether the loan is to be done or to be rejected, basically. So it is a huge change from customer's point of view. Now you were saying the impact basically on the bank, the impact is that the customer verification is very objective. The loans are not becoming NPAs, which used to be in the past. Second, bank can lower the cost, like he said. So when the cost of operation comes down, the cost of lending will also come down. Then you come to the customer. Customer is very service is improved because the customer feels that immediately a decision has been made. I am not lingering around the bank. So I think in the lending perspective or the AI's involvement in the banking has created a huge impact on all the stakeholders.
You know, you mentioned risky customers and NPAs. I want to kind of double down on that or delve into that. There are certain incentives, particularly with loan dispersal when you're a financial institution. And they do not necessarily reconcile with welfare or enhancing access to finance. So, you know, one of the big reasons why loan dispersal through fintechs kind of took off is that someone who may have been a risky customer when it came to an old school institutional bank may have had a easier access to credit when it came to an NBFC. How does AI impact that paradigm? Does it carry forward the legacy of incentives, the incentives of legacy institutions, or does it create a balance between, you know, enhancing access to credit versus being risk averse and safeguarding the interests of the bank?
When we say digitalization or in the banking industry or the fintech, it is always the democratization of the credit. The credit has to reach to each and everybody who is eligible for that. Earlier what was happening, the person who was more maybe powerful or maybe more who can get the loan out of muscle power or something, he used to get the loan. Now it is democratization is there. Even the lowest strata of the person is getting the loan from the bank. The power is such that there are certain portals the government has created with our help where anybody can apply the loan. There is no distinction that who can apply, who cannot apply.
Wonderful.
So I think once the AI has come into picture, the loan or the reach to the people has gone up, farther up than it used to be in the legacy systems.
Yeah, please come in.
One very quick comment. From innovation to impact requires a strategy. It was wonderful to see the RBI strategy for AI in banking. And I think we need more of these beyond a general AI strategy for the nation. I am pleased to say the Health Minister will be launching the strategy for AI in health for India in the summit.
Oh, that's
hopefully
wonderful
tomorrow.
to hear. Wonderful.
So keep an eye out for it.
Look forward to
Thank
that.
you.
Look forward to that. I think we still have 2-3 minutes. So I think we can bring the last Mentimeter up, if it's there. Last Mentimeter? There's only 2? Okay, fine. So, closing remarks from our speakers. Closing remarks from our speakers.
No, I think I made mine. We need strategies that are sector specific to make sure we deliver the kind of impact that is possible. And a very important part of it is going to be producing the people who will deliver the impact.
I always say agriculture is a heaven for data scientists. Almost everything you can think of is variable. And climate is making it even more unpredictable, right? All of us are witness and victims of climate change, right? So I think we are sitting on a huge AI opportunity, which I personally think India is the best place to solve for. So I would look to some startups who can create a solution not just for Indian farmers, but for the farmers globally. I think that could be our contribution to the world of AI.
I think the last word is that let us not look at AI as some kind of a plug-in. It has to be a holistic, you have to look at the AI as a holistic solution. It is an infrastructure, it is an ecosystem. So you can't build something and then plug in the digital system. You have to look at the entire picture for AI. And for the fintech part, I will say that the regulation first, the marketing later.
Thank you so much. I think, yes, context is extremely important, and what we've learned here today, I mean, I've learned a lot, but is that the ivory tower problem is not something that is restricted to academia or think tanks, which is the space I work in, but startups as well. There is a need for greater industry research linkage, industry university linkage, to understand what the realities are of a sector before you start delving into it, or when you're building solutions, particularly in engineering colleges. On that note, thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you so much to the organizers for having us. And thank you so much to the audience for your participation. And I'll close there. Thank you.
What a great panel. Thank you so much for the great wisdom. I have to tell the crowd that, if you are in any of these three sectors, these are some of the finest people you can meet in our nation. So please get hold of them, talk to them. There was a lot of wisdom that came about in this conversation. But the few points that I really loved, I will share with you. I think Anurag said that doctors are important to have in the conversation. I talk to healthcare startups all over the world, and I'm often shocked to find that many of them have no doctor in their team or have never talked to a doctor. This is not a good idea if you do a healthcare startup, so that's something to remember. I think Hemendra said that India is going to be hyper-local in agriculture. This is such a great wisdom. This is a beautiful thing to build on. It's a strength and a challenge. And then finally, Ravindra Misra said something very important, that when you pilot, remember that the swimming pool is not the ocean. So build for the world. Okay, well, there's one quick announcement for the speakers. If your picture was taken more than 30 minutes ago, then you should have have it framed at the registration desk. So feel free to pick it up. Your pictures are at the registration desk if they were taken more than 30 minutes ago. With that, let's get into the next spotlight. We have Dr. Beena Rai, who is here to tell us about AI-powered product development platform. Welcome, Beena.
Good morning, and first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about our startup, which is pretty young, started a year and a half back, Better Labs. And what we are trying to do, in fact, the previous panel talked about that if you are building something, especially the physical products, keep in mind it should be designed by compliance. Keep compliance in the mind. And also, product market fit we talked about. So what we are creating is actually the whole ecosystem or if you say a kind of quote-unquote operating system, which any young founder or a new founder wants to create, say, product, can come on this playground, and everything you need is available to you. Because if you typically look at how physical products are designed, there are many stakeholders involved. You may have a very good idea. For example, we heard that there is a big wellness and healthcare sector growing, and you are talking about nutraceuticals, magnesium gummies, sleep gummies, so on and so forth. You want to build a magnesium gummy which doesn't allow to grogginess in the morning. You have a great idea. You want to build it. But you are not a food scientist. How will you do it? You will go to consultants. You will have to fetch for laboratories. You have to do experimentation. And you are a bootstrap startup. You have nothing at your hand. There comes Better Labs. So, and if you are a FMCG, you have to keep churning out products because you have to keep bringing new products if you are in skincare, cosmetics, pet care, you name it. So it's a very complex web. Of course, it costs money, it costs time, and sometimes both are not at your hand because your competition is there, it's global market, you miss the bus. And in India, you may be in tier 2, tier 3 cities, you don't have such kind of infrastructure with you, but yet, good news is that India is building. We are moving towards 2047, and I'm sure all of you would have noticed a lot of such products in the market, and many, many new startups coming and building the products. But there is a big gap. If you look at the other side, there is a mismatch because you don't have access to this infrastructure, quote-unquote, research and development phase of the life of the product. You don't have big labs, you don't have big scientists, how do you do it? And that's what then, what you are going to do is, I'll just skip this because we have less time. Better Labs comes into the picture because in my 30 years of research career, I was with the largest IT company, leading research for 30 years, and came with that experience. And what we are doing is basically creating modular labs. It's not one monolithic, again, giant that you have to pay crores to get subscription. We have modular labs. If you want to try out, you can try just the market fit, you can try out the compliance, you may have a product, you may have a label. Even if you're making a food product, label itself should be compliant. And then we have special lab which you just go, pay for that, only do come out. And of course, if you are FMCG, we have full infrastructure, you have your own data, enterprise data, we have enterprise model as well. We started with food and nutraceuticals wellness products, but the platform is very, very, you can say horizontal. It can be sort of customized to any physical products. In fact, we have tested for even toys. So we are really building infrastructure for Make in India, where you can design, right from design, from compliance to manufacturing. We also have the whole network of manufacturers, suppliers. If you are making some very, you say, Ayurveda-based product, you need particular ingredient, we have ingredient suppliers. Heart of it is, because see, it's not ChatGPT or LLM. Heart of it is actually the real intelligence model, which we have team of scientists. Me, myself is a scientist, but we have food chemists, food scientists. We have built the knowledge engine. And that's the one which drives this whole seamless integration of this whole value chain of product making. So right now, as I mentioned, we are looking at food products and nutraceuticals and wellness products because we are very young, we just started. We opened the platform in September last year, and it was beta users. We had 150 people, different organizations coming and using it. And in February, first week, in fact, we have now launched the real platform. We have paid users now. Till date, we are bootstrapped. Nobody has paid any money to us. We are self-sufficient. We have run away for one more year without making any funding. So we learned the lesson that you cannot scale pretty fast. We know that. and we want to make it something which is foundationally very strong, scientifically driven. We know there is a AI sort of buzz, and you can write that hype, but we don't want to write that hype. We want to build something which is scientifically correct, and it really solves the real world problem. And so, as I mentioned, who can use it? As I mentioned, right from, say, first-time entrepreneur to even large corporates involved in the business of making physical products can use the platform. That's the vision. And since we are talking about Global AI Impact Summit, of course, we say this is the way of democratizing innovation. Basically, how do you shorten the period of research and development, which was largely in large corporates, and they used to invest millions of dollars to come up with product in the market. But now with help of AI and technology, you can probably shorten the time cycle and make it available to everybody. So you need not be a scientist trained PhD postdoc, yet you can have access to same kind of scientific, you can say, rigor and build your products. So actually the platform is live, and we have also, because we want to sort of market through word of mouth as well, so we give some free credits to every user. You can log in, you can explore different labs. Right now 4 or 5 labs are there, and you can use it. If you like it, of course, then you can subscribe for whatever you want to use it for. I do have a demo. If we have time, it's a video, we can show that. Do we have video? Yeah. So it is just showing, for example, it's very simple interface. You can write that, okay, I want to make, it is showing you. So these are the labs which are active right now. Since I talked about food products, so we have formulation lab, we have regulatory compliance. Currently only Indian regulatory data is there, but we are expanding to European, any other geography. So you just want to check the concept. You want to create a full concept dossier, including the market fit, including the costing, including the regulation, everything you can do it. For example, you are saying that I want to make sleep gummy, and it will then ask certain questions. Because it's the intelligence engine which we have put at the back end, it understands if you are making the gummy, what all you will need. So it guides you. And then, of course, it tells you. It is also talking about claims. For example, if you say it's for sleep, you have to say that, okay, how much of the melatonin I should put, how much of the ashwagandha I should put. If I exceed that, then your product is not going to, in fact, pass in the market. So it, right from the beginning, it points you to, and it will, at the end of it, it will get a concept dossier. If you have your own lab, you take that dossier, that's good enough to just go and experiment the product. You can make it in the lab. But we are also creating infrastructure. We do have our partners. We have actual labs where we can help also you to make the product physically in case of food products. We also have the set of manufacturers where you can get the batch made, tested as well. And this whole ecosystem, research is also important. So we also have like partnerships with the research labs, like NIFTIM. We also have Ayurvedic institutes working with us. We have doctors, clinicians. So we have a full ecosystem, and that's where we feel that we bring kind of a, say, uniqueness, where we give you a kind of a, say, scientifically robust platform or infrastructure to build the products. To start with food and wellness products, but we are expanding to other industries as well. So I think I can stop. People can go and look at it because it's available. And I'll be happy to converse. I'll be around whole day. So if there are people who want to look at the platform, I'll be happy to show you, talk about more. Thank you so much.
Dr. Rai, I love this idea absolutely, because at multiple levels, because fundamentally we do know that we, world over, there are so many diseases that don't get addressed because the cost of research and developing drugs and everything is so high. And partly it's high because it's integrated and it's underutilized. And I think this is a beautiful idea to undo that situation. So congratulations. Let's turn to investment. How many of you in this room, let me do a show of hands here. Just for a moment, if you can look up from your phones. How many of you have ever spoken to an investor for an idea? Okay. And many of you will probably speak to an investor soon, and I wish you luck on getting to that moment soon. But if you have, whether you have or you haven't, you will come to a realization that there is this experience when you talk to the investor. You talk to them, and they ask you questions, and of course you do the best that you can to answer those questions, and then you go home, you go to sleep, and at night you wake up and you start thinking about how you could have answered that question better. And then in the morning you realize that, oh, this is how people grow and learn and go on and get better and better and better, right? So I think being able to speak to investors is a very important segment of this story, without which there will be no story. And so let's invite this conversation that's titled Capital, Control, and Clarity, How to Turn Investor Questions into Yeses. It's a conversation between Yashodhara Bajoria, founder of C-Experts, and Jairaj Bharat Patel, AVP of Kalari Capital. Let's give them a big round and warmly welcome them.
Great, wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Vaishnav, and completely second what you said about Dr. Rai's session, because I think the fact that she's not only spoke about how difficult it is to crack this very difficult market, but even from a capital point of view, the minute she used the word modular, that just makes it very comfortable for us to also look at giving money, and we feel that, it's a part of the larger puzzle. So listen, I've been seeing all of you here, and at least I've been warmed up. But let's do a session of warming up, right? Jairaj and I discussed this. So can I request all of you to stand up, please? And let's stretch. Come on, you can do better. Who doesn't like stretching after all? Wake yourselves up right before lunch. Turn around. Just don't bang anybody on your right and left. We don't want any injuries here. I didn't see an ambulance standing, so let's not risk that. Thank you very much. Please be seated. I hope that kind of woke you up. So just some house rules about what we are going to be doing this session, and what is this session about and what it is not. This is not a motivational talk, so please don't expect one. It's not a complaint about how funding does not work. It's also not generic funding advice. But what it is, it's a practical lens on how investors evaluate AI companies. It's a way to link your stage, metrics, and technology to question what investors really ask and what they're really, really asking beneath that question. And a set of specific moves you can apply in your next fundraise. Founders in this room are at very different stage, and I got that sense in the first half of this day today, and I was just filling Jairaj in. From early pilots to scaling companies, the questions you should be asked, the questions you should accept being asked also. I think there is that decision that you need to take. Depend a lot on where you are. So can we have the first Mentimeter, please? Where are you now? And please, please, please use that phone to scan that QR code and answer that question. Where are you now? Is it option A at pre-revenue? Option B at early revenue? Is it option C that you're growing? Is it option D that you're scaling? Or you're not a founder, you're just on the capital or ecosystem side, or as I can see, you're some students there. So you can even, I can ask the students to also take their phones out and participate if they have to. And while you're doing this entire exercise, and I can see some answers coming in, but there's a lot more that you can do. I see that a lot of the people, oh my God, a lot of the people are actually at pre-revenue stage. So that's interesting. That's great because it gives us perspective on how to cater for this conversation. And the pre-revenue tool and the applied, especially for the applied vertical and SaaS, or whether you're at a late stage AI platform, is just so that you know what could be the right questions for you to ask. So great, as the numbers keep coming in, I can see, at least from this question, I think, Jairaj, it's fair to assume that most of the audience is pre-revenue.
Correct.
So just a brief reality check so that all of us know where we are as of right now. AI is now infrastructure. It's not a magic word anymore. Patterns, bias do exist, but this is not the center of this session, and I have everyone important. I have the permission to not make it about how women are biased and all of that, because I never faced that. And this is a unique window. And the reason why I say that is because you have access to models, infra, data tools that did not exist a few years ago. So strong technology plus clear evidence gives you more leverage than you've ever had before. So keep this in mind when you're listening through this conversation. And there is a small framework we've created, which is called FRAME. It's very loose. This is the lens we're going to adopt. It's F for flow, which means where does the money actually flow in this market? Is there a clear willingness for somebody to pay you money? What's the risk? That's R. A for access. How did the investor actually reach you? Where were you found? M, what is the market, which is where in the AI stack are you playing, and what will be your margin in that place there? Last but not the least is E from frame, which is environment. So jumping right into our segment of questions, Jairaj, there are 3 hard truths about AI fundraising. Many AI companies have some revenue, fewer have a funding story that makes sense to institutional capital. Jairaj, my question to you is, when you see an AI company with early revenue, what tells you it's a scalable product or a business versus essentially a service or a project business?
No, thanks, Yashodhara. And I think this was very helpful to see that, because most of the people in this room, at least from a founder perspective, come in that very early revenue or early product stages. So what I think for us, it may not even be most of the companies we typically invest in from an AI perspective, or the portfolio we've built in the last 2-3 years. These are all companies that probably don't even have revenue at this point of time, right? But what we look for, especially when we're trying to evaluate market and go-to-market strategies, how they're going to scale, whether it's in India or elsewhere, what we want to look for is 2 things. Repeatability. How repeatable are their sales when they go after different customers, and the degree of customization that is required in their product or their platform. Because if the customization is extremely high, irrespective of the customer that they cater to, that means the sales cycle will, of course, inevitably take a lot more longer time. And then the company will fail to establish a structured portfolio of products that it can build more momentum over, especially sales momentum. So we would look at it as very early. You want these companies to focus on, we build a great product in a particular segment, and then there is enough and push at the same time to scale that in that particular segment.
So Jairaj, tell me, have you ever experienced a time where a company has come to you and the technology is incredible, but the business is not? Give us an example of something like that.
So yeah, very recently, I think just about last week, I was speaking to one founder from the US, and they're basically trying to experiment with what they're calling small language numeric models. So their thesis is, in a lot of different quantitative market use cases, they want to go beyond the generic text-based LLMs and build this on data sets that can have significantly more accuracy across a wide variety of use cases. And this is a founder who has really spent about 10-15 years in the Valley. They've really, have a very, very deep understanding of what they're building. But at the same time, they've spent about 4 years on this problem statement, and there is nothing to discredit the amount of work that goes in building something, that foundational, but they're very far away from reaching the market at a point or having those early customers where they can scale this as a company, scale this with revenue. And therefore, it's what you said. It may be a fantastic tech product, but if it's not ready to hit some of these levers, then it is not fundable yet.
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense, because I think a lot of people get excited when they sort of, crack at a sort of a unit level, but just making it into business is a completely different thing. Every segment, and all of you sitting here, we're going to have this one round of quiz in the end, and whoever scores the maximum marks is going to get a crazy gift. And if all of you believed me, then you're listening to me, which is what I wanted to do. So no, after every segment, what we are going to do is have a quick segment of what you should do and what you should don't. So Jairaj, correct me if I'm wrong. You should state clearly which layer of the AI stack you are in. You should show a simple path from your project, make it repeatable, and how that process is going to only improve margins with less customization. Link 12 to 18 month capital use very, very clearly from a de-risking perspective. What you must not do, and I think if you were me, I would be taking notes right now. What you must not do is present a service-heavy business as a product company without data to support standardization. Second, pitch horizontal AI for everyone at early stage. Treat, and the third thing is very important, treat some revenue as enough. So definitely don't do any of these three things. Moving on very quickly to the second truth of today, which is data beats bias. I think Jairaj, very, very gently touching on the fact that data is agnostic of any kind of bias. So when a founder does not fit your usual platform, but has very strong metrics, and when I say platform, you can understand what kind of biases I'm talking about, but has very strong metrics, what convinces you the fastest? And honestly, tell me a little bit about your fit. Who is your fit?
It's a very interesting question that you ask. So I'll take the latter part of it first and probably then connect it with, what really convinces us fast. I mean, from a fit perspective, our job is to look at only three things, especially early stage startups. It's to look at product market teams, right? And try to make sense of this in whatever way, whether you want to call that a math, science, art, it's all, a mix of all of these in some or the other proportion, right? So for us, though, from a structure perspective, let's say we look at AI and we have an AI practice at the firm. We will have different verticals within AI that we want to look at on the application layer, on the infra layer, and what we have is what we call sub-themes, right? To look at founders building in different domains. And for all of these, we will of course do our best when we are building our own thesis to try to come up with a particular archetype or a founder type where I feel, hey, in this particular segment, I feel that someone with a more tech-first approach is likely to win and build a more enduring company. And I might arrive at some segments where I feel that I need a founder who's going to be great at enterprise sales or running product sales. Now, we may have some understanding and, let's say call it a bullet list of this is what we're looking for in founders on a sub-theme level, but this is never followed by the book, right? So to say that fit is evolving each time we speak to founders, and we learn the most directly from founders who are on the ground, who are doing their job, right? To the first part of your question, what really convinces us fast is the clarity and conviction that founders will have, right? If, like I said, it doesn't matter if I get to see personally, I get to see that you have converted revenue, you have converted customers in a segment, and you're showing growth at 50% month on month, quarter on quarter. To me, that comes later, and I don't, specifically attribute a lot of weightage to that. What I'm looking for is, does the founder have a clear pulse of where they're operating, who they're competing with, and with the opportunity that they see, what kind of a land grab they're going to do in that segment, right? And their strategy. That clarity, that focus is what, of course, convinces me and therefore pushes me into go into diligence and then go into more kind of a mode where I'm going to be brainstorming more with the founder.
So Jairaj, I agree with everything that you're saying, but I'm going to repeat it in a different way. If a woman in her last trimester walks into your office asking you for money, you're going to judge her based on everything else you said.
Absolutely. And I'm going to say this because, of course, Kalari, our general partner, our founder is Vani Kola. She's a female herself. At the same time, we have part of our fund that is allocated specifically to female founders, what we call CXXO by Kalari, that is dedicated specifically to promote and invest in female founders, right? So we, like I said, in 5 years of having been at this role, and irrespective of if I take myself out of the role and speak for the ecosystem also, I've never had a discussion with any other investor where they're evaluating a team and thinking whether it's a male or a female. What we are looking for is clarity on the market, on what they're going to build.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I would urge everyone to believe that, because when we were having some initial discussions, it came up that, now the differentiator, I think there's something Dr. Vaishnav said, that the differentiator at the level 1 will be technology. What are you doing faster, better, cheaper? And nobody's kind of looking at anything else. And that, and honestly, that conversation now is losing steam, if I might say so. So what are the do's and don'ts of this segment? Do come with 2 or 3 non-negotiable data charts you can explain clearly. Retention, unit economics, model impact or usage. When asked a defensive question, answer first with a current data point, then with a forward-looking plan. Third, use your product and customer behavior as your introduction, especially if networks are limited. And what you must not do, rely on narrative alone, especially if you suspect a pattern bias. Spend time debating the fairness of the question in the room. It always fails, let me tell you. Hide weak or noisy metrics. Explain what you're doing to improve them. Not everything has to look pretty, but there can be a justifiable explanation on why they are the base today. I'm not going to go through, or maybe Jairaj you could, because in a poll, predominantly everybody here is in early stage. Can you just tell us the various stages of funding very quickly?
So I think, and thanks for bringing this up, Yashodhara, because I often feel as much, I think, with founders being busy with building and, with technology or trying to acquire your next customer, you have far too many things on your plate. So you probably don't, unless you spent a lot of time doing it, like I saw a lot of hands go up when the question was asked about how many of you have spoken to investors, you probably don't have a clear sense of what is the structure or the investor landscape, right? And it's very important to establish that, because that will make a difference in terms of the feedback you get to hear. So in a very simple structure, I can tell you at the earliest of stages, what you have is an angel or a pre-seed, right? Which is where you may be at the stage where most of the people in this room are, that you are currently either very early revenue or still figuring out what your product is, what your MVP is, what your go-to-market strategy is going to be. Then what you have is a seed stage where either the product risk is complete, that you're in the final leg of completing your product, have an alpha or a beta ready, have done some prototyping, and therefore have a better understanding of the markets you're going to go after. Again, early revenue, and then you move into seed. This jump from seed to Series A. Series A would happen typically when you have figured out a lot of these structures that are in place. You have a product, you have a base team in place, you have established markets, and the capital that you need really is to now accelerate, right? You just want to hit the pedal. And Series B, C, D, so on and so forth really come at different maturities, but not to go into that. But these 3 stages are very important. Now, each fund, just talking about India, each fund will have different check sizes, right, in terms of what they do. But why it's important to understand what your investor wants, irrespective of what is written on their website, and therefore some of this is obviously information you will only collect when you have a conversation, is if you're at this early product stage where you really haven't cracked that, and you go and speak to a Series A investor, they're going to tell you the metrics you have aren't enough. You're not cut out. You're probably going to go home thinking, oh, I need to scale my revenue before I can get an investor to speak to me. But really, that's not because you've spoken to an investor who comes in at that stage. Really, what you want to do is target more investors at the stage that you are in, who are coming in, who may not put a revenue milestone on you, but will tell you, can you finish this particular product milestone? Can you get to a beta? Can you get to a alpha? Hey, I'm going to introduce 5 different potential customers to you. So they come in and add that kind of a value in those stages. So it's very important to understand bucket, and of course, not to say that if you're at this stage, speaking to a Series A investor does not matter, because you can speak to them and work in reverse, knowing what they're going to want from you the moment you reach there. You're probably going to be a year or 2 away, right? But it's very important to have this clear understanding of these structures.
No, I think it's very important, and if anybody has any questions, please park them, because Jairaj would be happy to take that later on. But honestly, Jairaj, if I was to ask you if an AI founder, also define an AI founder, right? Because we're confused about that. Comes up and tells you that here's my 18 to 24 month plan. How do you check whether they've properly factored in compute costs? I don't think, like Dr. Vaishnav asked, how many people are here from energy, and I didn't see a single hand go up. And that was concerning for me, because that's just concerning for everybody who knows that we're doing an AI Impacts Summit here, and there's not a single person here who's from energy, right? We discussed this. So how do you know that they factored in compute costs, data access, hiring, getting people in that space is so difficult? How do you know that they factored all of that in?
So again, I'm going to quickly bucket this into 2 types of founder archetypes that I've come across, right? The first founder archetype is they've built the whole model by themselves. Now, whether or not they have the full financial understanding of it, they've factored in a lot of these direct assumptions. They may not be portrayed directly, but they're still in place. The second founder archetype is people who have not built, let's say, have not had the exposure to build some financial understanding early in their careers, and therefore are leveraging, an investment banker or other catalyst to help them through this process. In both of these processes, what is extremely important is that you are up to the numbers. It doesn't matter if someone has helped you build those or not, but you really need to have a clear understanding of how this business evolves, what are your core cost centers, what are your core revenue centers. If I was to answer this question from the angle, how do I make sure they factored this in? Of course, the more time I spend, I will provide my input on what they can do, or as a fund, every investor would do that. It's not just that we will look at the numbers and say, okay, we're going to invest or not, but it's a more group-based activity. But at the same time, very recently, I had the opportunity to speak to a founder. It's a team based in Bangalore. They're working with D2C brands in India, and what they've pitched is they have a small device that, their competitor has a device. What they've done is they built an app that sits on a retailer employee on the floor. Let's say you have a Nike store, and the person working at the Nike store will have that app in his mobile phone. The moment he strikes a conversation with a customer, he'll start transcribing. And therefore, the whole premise is to give these large brands on-ground data on customer conversations, which is something they've never had before. So it's a beautiful solution which solves a lot of problems. There's no doubts about whether brands will pay for this kind of information, but it's what you said. I had a discussion with the founders. It's a seamless app that they've built, but the amount of compute cost that goes into constantly transcribing every conversation from morning to evening, all of a sudden you're looking at a company that has a beautiful product, but the gross margins are absolutely not close to what a software business needs to have. And therefore then they need to rethink that model itself. Hey, do we start this at random points? Would this be some conversations? Would this capture some part of the conversation? But it's a very different model mix, and you can't do this once you've already sold
to about 100 customers and realize that my margin is low. At that point, you won't be able to make that change. So it's very important to kind of get that perspective. But yeah, we do it as a group activity to figure that out.
Yeah, I think the takeaway there would be to dig deep into this very dynamic changing landscape of what this cost looks like, and also map that 18. So basically the do's would be to present a clear 18 to 24 month de-risking plan, just catering into all these kind of dynamic and unpredictable cost variables that will might kind of hit you from the behind when you're not looking. Second is decide and stay whether you are optimizing for fastest possible scale or disciplined unit economics first growth. And third would be seek investors whose portfolios align with yours. The don't would be overpromise release cadence. I think that's very important. Don't overpromise a release cadence of your product. Ignore your own bandwidth and commitments. Don't overstretch yourselves. There is a life beyond work. Take capital because it's available. Just don't take any capital. Trust me, he's being very sweet to you right now, but they can be a hawk.
No,
otherwise.
Nothing like that. Please don't build that impression.
Okay, no, I'm joking. Can we have our second Mentimeter up, please? Which question hurts you the most? And please answer this because really, is it how big can this get? Is it when why you and your team? Like how many of you get asked this question? Why you and your team? Show me the numbers. What's the plan for the next 18 months? Who else believes in this? Come on. Can we have this? Can't be 50-50 for... I think the entire room should be voting for this. Wow. Jairaj, I'm so sorry to put you through this.
No, I'm glad to.
Yeah, I can see a lot of information. Show me the numbers. Wow, a lot of people actually voting for show me the numbers. And why does it hurt? I mean, why is it so hard? Jairaj, explain to me. Is it because they are underprepared? Who can tell them what to be prepared for with numbers?
No, I think, and this is something we were discussing prior right? I think numbers, we are at a stage where, at least the early stage investing we do as a firm, where, like I said, if you're a pre-revenue or an early revenue company, you really don't have a lot of numbers. At that point of time, what we would want is you really understand your cost centers and the nature of how they will evolve as you scale. But that clarity on numbers really comes from clarity on your business, right? And I think that is absolutely critical to build and instill from day one onwards, right? Of course, each nature of business, like everyone in this room probably, I can assume that you're wanting to do something in software or AI. But if you're building a D2C kind of a company or you're building a B2B commerce platform, there's a wide range of the things you need to be tracking and wary of, right? But it can get challenging, especially if you're talking about domains or solutions where there is nothing really that you have something to take inspiration from or learn from. You've built something truly novel. At that point of time, yeah, it may be slightly harder, but it's not impossible, right? And it's very important to have.
Yeah, I think the numbers haven't changed because I think for a lot of people, what hurts them the most is show me the numbers, right? But I guess that's the right question to ask. I also feel that there is clarity that is lacking in the area of signals, So when somebody walks in, say there's a founder that's walked in, if somebody tells you that, okay, they take some big names of their customers or pilots or some other accelerators that have supported them, what actually, does name throwing help or does it change the conviction that they have? How should they deal with the fact that the last slide is always about lots of big logos that these guys funded me and this is the amount of money I raised. Sorry.
You can draw this to a close slowly.
Yes, so please draw this to the close.
No, I think, for us, like I said, it's clarity and we gauge from the founders. So it's never a quantitative bet, it's more a qualitative bet. And I would say urge everyone in the room that wants to raise money, whether from a VC or otherwise, to
make it a relational job. You're basically picking who you're going to be working with rather than who's financing your company, right? So I think it's very, very crucial for you to have also built that trust with them.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jairaj. I don't know about anybody else, but I have a lot of takeaways, and at least people are clapping after this session, so that's enough. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jairaj and Yashodhara. I think, well, you have to believe this. You got a lot of wisdom from this conversation. And thank you for masterfully navigating it, Yashodhara. And please get a good picture taken. We are going to go to one last conversation before we break for lunch. I do have some announcements for lunch, so I'll make them right after this conversation. But for the next spotlight, let's invite Sonal Khanna, who will be telling us about Secure Blink Threats Spy. Sonal, welcome to the stage. And let's welcome her with a big round.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's truly inspiring to see so many innovative startups presenting here today. So we have seen powerful AI solutions transforming industries, solving real problems, and shaping the future. But alongside this rapid innovation, there is a very important reality. So every application, every new LLM or AI model or any of the digital platform opens a new entry points for the attackers. So as innovation grows, the need for cybersecurity grows with it. Because no matter how powerful your innovation is, a new single vulnerability can break the user trust, can disrupt the operations, and impact growth. And this is exactly the challenge we are solving at Secure Blink. I am Sonal Khanna, co-founder of Secure Blink, and we have built Threat Spy to help organizations innovate securely. Today, applications and APIs power banking, healthcare, education, and AI platforms. But security has not kept up with this speed. So most organizations test their applications and APIs occasionally, while the attackers are scanning continuously. So this creates a dangerous visibility gap where the vulnerabilities are exposed while without the organizations even knowing about it. The applications are being released faster than ever. APIs are expanding the attack surface, but security teams don't know the visibility and don't have the enough tools to keep up. So this creates the global need for the intelligent continuous application security. So introducing Threat Spy, an AI-powered web application and API security management platform designed for the organizations to proactively identify and fix the vulnerabilities before the attackers can exploit them. It continuously scans applications, APIs, detect vulnerabilities early, and helps the teams to fix them. So Threat Spy doesn't just detect, it explains. So by finding vulnerabilities, it's not only the part of the problem. Security teams often see vulnerability alerts, but they don't always understand the real impact or priority. So this is where the Threat Spy AI review becomes powerful. So Threat Spy doesn't just detect vulnerabilities, it explains them in simple terms. It shows the real impact, how attackers can exploit it, and how developers can fix it. So this helps team move faster from detection to resolution, improving overall security. So now we're going to see Threat Spy in action. Can we play the video, please? So Threat Spy provides real-time visibility into application security, helping organizations stay ahead of the threats. So this is the product impact. So with 95% reduction in the false positive, we are 89% faster in resolving critical vulnerabilities, 85% faster remediation, and with this we are able to save 1.2 million US dollars annually per deployment. With this, we are able to give 80x ROI to the early adopters. So this is our leadership team on board. I am Sonal Khanna, the co-founder and COO. So I have along with me Mr. Tapen Dev. He is the founder and CEO holding 12 plus years of experience in cybersecurity domain. Then we have the other advisory on board as well. So this is our notable achievements. We are recognized globally in Dubai AI and Web3 Festival, in Maruti Suzuki Innovation Fest, and DSCI Fintech Innovation Box Challenge as well. So we are raising $3 million US dollars in our seed round to scale up our agentic AI product development and the sales and marketing as well. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Sonal. So we are at lunch now. And let me first say that these women AI entrepreneurs that you heard from today, I am not excluding men, they were great too, but these women AI entrepreneurs, they would put anybody to shame anywhere in the world. Let's give them a big round of applause for the work they do, for who they serve, and wish them the very, very best for going forward successfully. The last story that you heard, I have to put my academic hat for a moment, and I have to say that, one of the deepest questions in the internet architecture is the internet supposed to keep me secure, or am I supposed to keep myself secure? And I think with her number, which was a very striking number, 83% is from at the application layer. That means that we have the onus, and here is AI in our service helping us be more secure. So fantastic story. For lunch, we're going to go to Nalanda, which is on the ground floor. Here's a quick announcement about it. If you are registered for the AI by Her bootcamp, you should have a coupon for lunch. This is not a general registration for the AI Summit, for the AI by Her bootcamp. Then you should have a coupon. If you're registered for the AI by Her bootcamp but don't have a coupon, then at the registration desk you can have a coupon. Is that right? Outside Nalanda you will have a coupon. And then the rest of you are also welcome to join us for lunch. There's a lunch to purchase in Nalanda, and it's a good lunch and and a reasonably priced lunch. So everybody's welcome to lunch. I want to say one more thing before lunch. Post lunch, we're going to have a design session, a design workshop on why startups fail. We're trying to bring you a glimpse of MIT. Where there are 3 tools where there are greatest number of failures. If you have a question as to who is going to be this amazing person bringing you the design workshop from MIT, then my answer would have to be, you are looking at him. See you at 2 o'clock. Oh, just one more announcement.
So many of you have signed in for networking. You can have your lunch at Nalanda, and then please join us in the networking lounge at 1 p.m., 1 to 2, which is in Shakuntalam ground floor. And others can continue their lunch in Nalanda. Thank you very much.
can take the lead. Join next. See you at the India
Okay, 2 more minutes. Let's settle down. One more minute. Let's settle in. Okay, can you hear me all right? Good. A very good afternoon. How was lunch? Good. Everybody, was it too heavy to stay awake? Okay, perfect. Very good. Okay, so we're going to go into this design thinking workshop. All of you are welcome to participate, whether you are building something or you will build something in the future. You are all trying to solve some problem, and so you're all welcome to participate, okay? How many of you here, let's do a show of hands. How many of you have never done design thinking hands-on? That is, you've heard about design thinking, but you've never had to do it hands-on, apply it to something. Okay, all right, good. So and so I'm taking it that the rest of you have done it. Before we go in, well, let's see. Yeah, I think we're ready to go in. So let's put up my slide deck. We'll do 5 quick exercises, okay, in the next 40 minutes. We can start the timer if we like. We titled this Why Startups Fail, and the 3 design lenses that one knows from design thinking and teaching design thinking and looking at a lot of startups that show us what are the places where they have the greatest probability of failure. Okay, these 3 things are, first is problem. The problem is murky, it's not stated very clearly, right? That's the greatest, that is the highest source of problem, of failure. The problem is not stated clearly. Question is, how do you state problems clearly? I'll come to it in a moment. Second is assumptions. The person building a solution or a startup makes an assumption that if that assumption was wrong, if it came wrong, then the entire idea would crumble. Okay, that's the second most vulnerable place for a startup. I'll say more about assumptions also. Assumptions are important. Assumptions, you can't get away from assumptions because the world is complex and you're trying to boil it down to something simpler, and therefore you have to make assumptions. But what is a good assumption? What is not a good assumption? That's the question, right? Third is value proposition. So that is that they are not able to explain what is it that it does for a customer that their current situation does not do very clearly. Okay, so these 3 places of failure. Let's start with problem. Now, problem statements is a problem because of our education system. Our education system never teaches you how do you articulate a problem. It always teaches you, I will teach you a solution, then I will ask you a question in an exam, and then you will repeat the solution that I taught you. Right? It never teaches you how do you articulate a problem, how do you formulate a problem. Some of these people at the back there, you hear a lot of buzz, the Atal Tinkering Lab kids, they are fortunate that they have a room in their schools which lets them discover a problem, right? So this is not there in our education system, and therefore, and in most education systems around the world. And so we will start by this exercise. Each of you, can you please state the problem you are trying to solve in one sentence? We will take a couple of minutes for it. If we can bring up the Mentimeter, you can state your problem. You can scan and state your problem. In one sentence, all right? Automation solution for social media branding, okay? Provide lending to MSMEs, okay? We'll give it 55 more seconds. Improve farmer income, problem of women's safety, hiring good talent is time consuming, from sourcing to filtration of candidates for all size companies. Lack of practicality in education system. Children are going hungry. Okay, 10 more seconds. Keep them going. 48, not bad in 2 minutes. Okay, all right. Let's go back to my slide deck. We saw some problem statements. What is causing? Can we go back to my slides, please? All right. Okay, so here is anatomy. This comes after a lot of research, but let me show you one slice of it, right? This is an anatomy of a good problem statement. A good problem statement has 5 elements. I remember them as G, G, Q, and N. The first G is for goal. It refers to something that a customer cares about, organization, customer, whatever, cares about. And it converts that thing that the customer cares about into a target statement. I'll give you an example. So there's some target that you're trying to achieve. Okay? The second G is the gap. It contains an articulation of where do things stand for that target, and what is the gap between the target and where things stand, right? So that's the gap. It is quantifiable, meaning the key variables, that is the goal, the target, the current state, and the gap, can be quantified even if they are not measurable right now. So for instance, when we were doing the innovation mission of India, Atal Innovation Mission, One of the things we used to think is that what is the amount of risk taken for every rupee we spend on this ecosystem? Now, it's very difficult to quantify, measure, but we know that we can quantify it if we were rigorous about it, right? So the quantifiability. Fourth is, it's a neutral statement. In other words, it's as neutral as possible, and it is not wrapping a statement as a problem. So for instance, when I go to organizations would say, well, our problem is we don't do systems thinking. No, that's not a problem. You just stated a solution as a problem. Most people, when you ask them to state a problem, they state a solution as a problem. That the problem is that we cannot measure the problem is that we cannot measure the arsenic content in the groundwater. No, that's a solution. Measuring it is a solution. The problem is that people drink water with arsenic and die. That is a problem statement. Okay? And the fifth one is that it's narrow. It's not like boiling the ocean. It's not like saying, I am solving climate change. No, we're all solving climate change. That's too big a problem to solve. So solve something that you can solve, right? These 5 are the common problems with problem statements. Okay, now look at these two, consider these two statements. First is, we are working on improving farmer welfare. Second is, we are working to double farmer income by 2022 to 2023. How many people think that the first one is a clearer problem statement? How many think that the second one is the clearer problem statement? Okay, I'm good, because I thought if second one also people said no, then I have to say, then stand up, you just had lunch, right? Okay, so the second one, whether you met that goal or not is not the question, right? The question is, there is a goal, there is a gap that is doubling farmer incomes, meaning wherever it is, I'm going to double it, right? There is a deadline, and it's a reasonable deadline. So it's a narrow, and it's not saying how I'm going to double it. It's not saying I'll give subsidies and I'll do this and that. Those are solutions. This is a problem, okay? Now, can you now restate your problem statement in one sentence in the next 3 minutes? Can we put up the second Mentimeter, please? Take your time, think about it. In my class, for instance, we take 3 to 4 weeks to write the problem statement. We go crazy about a problem statement. We're doing it in 3 minutes. Not a problem. Okay, we'll keep going. We have a minute plus more. But look at these sentences. Noise-free dentistry. That's such a beautiful problem statement. Noise has to go to 0. You immediately start thinking about what produces noise. You immediately start thinking about the physics behind how the sound gets produced. And what do you do to either avoid that sound or to reduce that sound or, whatever. I mean, it's so much more clarity, right? Somebody said that 30% farmer income increase in 2 years. that will have to have you dig down into where the farmer incomes are from. How do you, which component do you increase by how much percentage for you to go to 30%? And then there are many, many more things one can do about it. But let's see, let me read something else. Improve the average attendance of the class 12. That is beautiful. By how much would be even more beautiful. Contamination and microplastics in water are silent killers. That you need to say which contamination, biological, chemical, physical, how much, why, what kills, what doesn't kill, what are we able to do something about, what we aren't able to do something about. So early child deserves to be understood early by reducing time of detection to 2 to 3 years. I think, but you basically get the point that when you push yourself to make this, articulate a goal, a gap, a quantification, quantitatively, a neutral statement, not a solution, a problem, and a narrow, then you begin to get a lot more at your disposal to do something about it. Okay, let's go back to my slide deck. Let's go back to the slide deck. All right. So, because what has been shown is that articulating the problem right is 50% of the journey to solving it. Okay? Let's go to the second thing, the assumptions. I'm going to talk about assumptions more generally first, but then we will talk about, because this is an AI summit, we'll talk about AI later. But can you please state, in your building of a solution, in your startup, what is the most important assumption you have made that must be true for your solution to be useful, or for your solution to exist? What is that assumption that you have made in building this solution? For example, yesterday we were thinking about how many people are going to show up at this summit, because 1.5 million, 1.5 lakh people have registered for the India AI Impact Summit. It would be bad to assume that 5 lakh people are going to show up, for example. So what is your assumption? Let's take 2 minutes. Let's do a Mentimeter, the Mentimeter 3, please. Nobody knows who's typing what, so keep going. This is, we observe perfect anonymity here. Wow, there are some amazing ones. Farmers are not digitally equipped. Incidentally, from my work, I tend to know a lot about that. Let's see. Women are ready to pay for their career support. Yes. Oh, there's an assumption that we may need about $1 million of money, so you may need more. I see, interesting. Hirings are traditional and manual. Handwritten scripts have close association with neurodevelopment disorders. Fascinating. Jobs-related issues. Wait a minute. That needs more. Enterprises waste time in identifying the right talent. It should be reachable to everyone. That's an assumption made. There are no assumptions made. There's somebody who has made no assumption. Okay. All right, 10 more seconds. Okay, let's go back to my slides. Very good. So you have done the assumptions. Let me tell you a story. This is a story of a company that I used to consult with, but I can't tell their names. So it's an old story. You may have heard it. There was this company that felt that they have a nutritionist on board. They have special recipes. They have integrated farmers. They have better manufacturing practices. And therefore, they are going to now revive and make new dog biscuits. Right? Lot of good innovation in recipes, manufacturing, everything. Supply chain restructuring, everything, right? In the end, they put it out. Complete failure. They find out that the dogs didn't like the biscuits. Major assumption, right? That I'm making a great biscuit and the dog is going to love it. So now I'm giving you a somewhat of a superfluous example, right? I mean, but it's an example one can remember more easily. So in AI realm, are there assumptions you're making about data, compute, GPUs, so on and so forth, because you're all AIpreneurs? Are these assumptions going to be true? Right? I mean, so one can ask, okay, what is a bad assumption, right? There are two. Classically, if you may build analytical models, see, every time you want to model the world, you have to make assumptions, right? Because the world's too complex and you're trying to mathematically specify something and you make assumptions, so the space becomes simpler, and then you build your model. And there are two types of assumptions that are bad assumptions when you do that. And that has wisdom for all of us. One is that it is not at all realistic. So I was telling you about, if we assume that 5 lakh people will show up for AI by her, no, it's not a realistic assumption. The second assumption, which I gave you the example of, is an assumption where if that assumption gets violated, your entire solution is overturned. That is a bad assumption. If the solution, if you violate an assumption and a little, say, instead of 10% accuracy, you get 8% accuracy, then it's okay. It's not that bad, right? So this is how you think about how assumptions you can make really, really bad assumptions. So now, what do you do when there's an assumption? You pressure test them, right? Once you've identified an assumption, can you go and test it in some or the other way? For instance, this company could have fed the biscuits from time to time to dogs. They would have known, right? There was an assumption hidden in there. Okay, let's go to the final piece. We have about 18 minutes. The value proposition. Can we go to an exercise, and can you all state your value proposition of your solution in one sentence? So this is the value you think your solution creates for your customer. Can we go to the Mentimeter, please? By the way, a number of you asked me, where do you buy this stole? I don't have an answer to that question. This is a personal collection of Pandit Jasraj that I am very honored to wear. So I have no idea where it was bought. Okay, but it was bought in India somewhere, I can say, because it has a peacock on it. Okay, timely interventions and advisories for farmers. Keep going. This is anonymous. Approximately 83% reduction of caregiver stress. 83%. Okay. Wow, some of these are really good. 100% stress reduction for caretakers. There's also research that shows that 100% reduction is not a good thing. Real and smart recommendations by women to women. I see, very interesting. Okay. All right, we'll give it 30 more seconds. People are still writing. I think you all are very good. I mean, there's a lot of good response. So in our classes, we have people write these assumptions down. We take them down to the top 3 assumptions, and we send them out and say, why don't you go test your assumption? Okay, call real people, cold call them, ask them whether this assumption is true or not. And oftentimes, it's a very nerve-wracking process because you realize that what you were assuming all along is actually not a problem. Right? All right. Okay, so let's go back to my slides, please. So, we found that the more quantitatively you can push yourself to state your value proposition, the better chances you have to succeed. How do you do that? You determine the top priorities of your customers. That's your problem. Right? What do they want? You must know that. If you don't know that, that's a problem. Then you say, okay, quantitatively, what is their as-is state, or what is their life without your solution? Right? And then say, what could be the possible state if they used your solution, your products and services and so on, right? The difference between the two, that is their current state without your solution and your future state with your solution, is the quantified value proposition. You see this, if you look around, when you go back home tonight, look at billboards and you try to guess who is the target audience and what is the quantification of this value statement. Any billboard, any good billboard, look at it. Okay, most of them have a pretty nice articulation of it. Let me show you an example. Never hail a taxi again. Who is this for? Somebody who's taking taxi every day and is facing problems. A taxi wala nahi aaya, abhi mujhe chal ke jana hai udhar, all of that, right? Never hail a taxi again. This is for that person. Okay, choice is a beautiful thing. Who is this for? I want Uber Black when I go to my girlfriend. I want an SUV when I have my family with me. Right? Choice is a beautiful thing. Make your car a cash machine. Who is this for? Who has a car but is underutilized vehicle and they can use it. Right? Better, faster, cheaper than a taxi. Who is this for? A price-sensitive consumer, right? Book an Uber for 7 rupees a kilometer. Who is this for? An intercity traveler who is paying about 12 rupees a kilometer, or whatever, 11.50 a kilometer, etc. You see such a clear articulation in a sentence of the consumer this is targeting. Okay? Turn some heads. Now this one, many young people in this room may like blondes, brunettes, and redheads, maybe all 3. Okay? So now, can you restate your quantified value proposition? And I'm going to put up the Mentimeter now. Increase attention span of participants by 10%. That seems like very relevant right now. Yeah. Reduce stress about growing your crops. That would be nice to quantify. This is the crop stress or individual stress, I'm wondering. Turn your video making skills into cash. Reduce number of manual interviews by 70%. Wow, that's good. Okay, we'll take about 30 more seconds. Women travel more with more and are more confident and with less chaos. Okay. All right. Good. Well, thank you for your participation. Let's see. Let's go to my slides, or let's keep it here. That's okay. I think I only have one more slide here, which is probably a thank you. But let me go to the last segment. So these numbers, I think, we're doing a very short exercise here. For example, the value proposition bit. In a semester-long exercise, you would do it for 2-3 weeks, and you really would hack at it, right? And the moment you put some numbers on and say, I want to reduce this by 10%, or this reduces your stress by 10%, or whatever it is, then you realize that you have to get into it to really see whether this is happening or not. And that drives a lot of your thinking. Now, let me end by, we have only looked at 3 pieces of the long journey of design thinking and entrepreneurship. And there's much more before and after. Let me talk about before, because in the morning, when in the first session there was a Mentimeter poll, I saw that the people voted that what drives innovation, the element that got voted the lowest was empathy. Right? There were other elements who were voted higher, and that is partly not surprising, but it's slightly disappointing. Why? Because really, empathy is really the foundation of innovation, all right? I will give you an example. For years together, we ran this center where graduate students would come and pick up problems in health, water, agriculture, energy, environment. This was called the Tata Center at MIT. And what we would do is we would send these students into the field first. When they say that I want to work on such and such thing, we will send them to the field first and we'll say, okay, why don't you learn what people really are facing? And time and again, we saw that that experience of empathy completely changed their objective function. Let me give you an example. There was this young fellow, Canadian, came to the center, mechanical engineering PhD student, said, I want to work on water systems, urban water systems, and I want to reduce the urban water leakage to 0. Urban water leakage worldwide in best of the cities is 20 to 30%, depending on how you define leakage. Okay? So we said, okay, why don't you go to Mumbai and you hang out with the municipal crews that go and fix the pipelines. So this man, quite a sport, would get up in the morning, get into his jumpsuit, and get on that bus, on that truck, and he will go around Mumbai with the crew, what are called the valvemen and so on, right? They go on, he will go and fix pipes, and he'll come back in the evening exhausted for 2 months. Then he came back to MIT, and then he said, I don't want to work on this problem. Our first reaction was that we lost 2 months of money in supporting this man go down to the field, and he doesn't want to work on this problem that he said he was passionate about. And he said that I saw that if I could hypothetically end the urban water leakage and bring it to 0, then the poorest of poor men in Mumbai will have no water at all. I don't want to do that. What I instead want to do is that now that the pipes are leaky, and when you see there are these pump wars, right? So people have, if my neighbor has a X horsepower pump, I have X plus delta X horsepower pump, and everybody is sucking water. And now that the water supply may not be 24/7, when this water supply closes, the pump is still sucking, and it begins to suck impurities into a leaky pipe from the outside, and that begins to make people sick. And he said, I want to solve a problem of people getting sick because the pipes are leaky, not reduce the leakage. And he built this valve, which was a unidirectional valve, which will let you suck water when the pressure is high, but when the pressure drops, it will shut off the motor. Right? Entirely changed the objective function of the that he was going after. That was because of empathy. If there was one thing, most entrepreneurs, most funders, if you ask them, if there was one thing you would do differently in social impact space for innovators, what would you do? They would say, I would want them to spend more time with their intended customers. Okay, so this bit is important. I saw this morning that we had a different response, and I thought I should say something about it. But with that, I think we stand at the cusp of an incredible revolution, right? With AI and all that's going on, including this summit, of which this is the first day. Thank you very much for your enwrapped attention, and thanks for all the responses, and hope what we talked about will be of some use to you. Thank you. Okay, so I changed roles at this point. And I won't go off the stage to collect my mementos, and I won't get a picture taken. But let's move on with the it's okay. with the rest of the afternoon. We're going to start with a spotlight. And we're going to hear from Tanya, who's going to tell us about powering the next generation. Powering the next generation of autonomous operations. Welcome, Tanya. Let's give her a big round.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start with just a simple question. Why do execution of standard operating procedures still fails in 2026 despite Industry 4.0, IoT? The technology has advanced, but the execution on ground has not. So, why it's not moving forward? Okay, just let it be. In factories, SOPs exist, fault codes exist, yet still execution fails. Why? Because the information is buried across hundreds of pages in different systems, in different languages that might not even known to the frontline of workers. Moreover, the critical information often stays within the heads of just few experts, not with the workers that are on the shop floor. Let's take an example of our factories. ये वाला हाँ अच्छा डाउन कर दो okay thank you. Where was I? Okay, so let's take an example of our factories when a machine starts behaving unexpectedly or it fails. So the entire situation depends upon, at that moment, the one worker who is standing right next to that machine, often semi-skilled, under pressure. This gap is further amplified by language. Let's say the worker's strongest language is Hindi, but the SOPs could be in Spanish or English. This leads to production loss, quality defects, escalation delays. It's not just limited to India, it's spread across the world, especially Global South. Now the thing is, manufacturing doesn't fail because of lack of data. It fails because of lack of real-time execution intelligence. Cognitii AI is a multilingual AI co-worker for the factory floors. It supports frontliner workers throughout their daily operations and becomes especially important during high-stress moments. It only surfaces verified, factory-approved relevant knowledge. No hallucinations, no speculations, just relevant knowledge, that too in workers' preferred language. Cognitii AI doesn't replace workers, it augments them. That's AI in workers' hand. So there must be our impact layer, alert layer, but it's not there actually. So I'll just explain it, what it does. It doesn't just provide what happened. It tells us what is about to go wrong. That reduces downtime, that reduces escalation delays, that reduces production loss. Okay. It's not moving. So let's talk about the human impact that it makes, that actually compounds. So while they are correcting the PPT, I'll just state the statements. So this changes how frontliner workers experience their daily tasks. They are no longer guessing or just escalating blindly. They work with much confidence because when right knowledge reaches the right person at the right moment, their confidence improves, stress reduces, moreover, downtime reduces. The most important is operational knowledge. It stops being fragile. It stays within the system, not within the heads of just few experts. If they just, it's over, next. Yep. So behind Cognitii AI is verticalized manufacturing intelligence. We combine multilingual NLPs, Gen AI, and cloud platforms. Cognitii AI integrates with every ERP systems securely. Next. Now, this is our product. Video, please.
नमस्ते, एसओपी अनुपालन सहायक के रूप में मैं आपकी सहायता के लिए तैयार हूं। कम्युनिकेशन सेंटर को कॉल करें जब तापमान उचित सीमा से बाहर हो तो सहायता के लिए कम्युनिकेशन सेंटर को 777-2591 पर कॉल करें। जब तापमान उचित सीमा से बाहर हो तो सहायता के लिए कम्युनिकेशन सेंटर को 777-2591 पर कॉल करें।
So here the user is actually...
Insertar el termómetro correctamente. Inserta el termómetro en la parte más gruesa del producto, generalmente el centro. Evite insertar la sonda en bolsas de grasa o cerca de los...
Tearai. 食品の調理を始める前に適切な手順で手を洗ってください。器具の準備、乾燥し洗浄消毒済みの器具や備品のみを使用してください。可能な場合は色分けされたまな板やトングを使用します。損傷品の隔離。損傷した製品は通常の食品とは別の場所に保管してください。
So this is basically the motion detection that is powered by NVIDIA's VSS. So the USP of Cognitii AI is we don't just like how do I do it. Instead, we are doing a mind shift. How do I supervise AI to do it accurately? So the market that Cognitii AI is aiming right now is $30 to $35 billion. So this is our some business plans actually. So the FMCG sector is what Cognitii AI is currently focusing on. Plus, ITC is our first client. So, yeah, this is our ROI. So, there's also one thing that our business plan is very simple. We charge per worker per month sales. This is not just another generic AI. This is purpose-built manufacturing AI. So, these are various subscription plans. So our milestone includes MVP validations, plant deployment, then global partnerships. So this team has experience across factory floors, enterprises. We understand both technology and its consequences. I would conclude it with the statement, AI has advanced really well, but yet it hasn't reached the hands of workers. Cognitii AI ensures that every worker in every plant, in every language, has an AI co-worker with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Let's get a picture taken before you go up the stage. Yeah. I see. Okay. Well, we'll do. One of the things I wanted to tell you that you all may know about or may not appreciate, I don't know. But this room that we're in is a historic room. When India had the presidency of the G20, and all of you remember how much buzz there was around it and how much work we did and all of that, this room was the war room for G20. Amitabh Kant had an office right around the corner here as the G20 Sherpa, and many of the, every monthly status conversation from the 33 groups that were a part of the G20 were all here In fact, Sam Altman, whom you would probably see in 2 to 3 days, came here to see Mr. Kant because at that time he was concerned that regulators will be unreasonable with AI without sort of in a hurry and so on. And so this room has an interesting and important history in our own lives. What I'd like to do is I'd like to see if our other slide deck can come up because we have a couple more minutes before our panelists show up. So any idea which sector has seen the greatest AI adoption? We had panelists from 3 sectors: healthcare, agriculture, and finance. Any idea which one? The first sector? How many people think it is healthcare that has seen greatest AI adoption? Okay, some of you. How about agriculture? Okay. And how about finance? Okay. Finance is right. Okay. Well, we'll do one more thing before the panelists show up. We have this little quiz for you that we'll play from time to time. Look at these 3 pictures. The leftmost picture was generated by just giving AI a picture and saying, can you produce a picture like this? The middle picture was generated by telling AI that can you produce a picture of this famous person from given what's available in the public sources. And the right-hand side picture was given was told, which said that don't use any of these resources, but render a picture. The right-hand side picture is the rendered picture. We're ready for the next panel, but I'll do a quick question for you. This picture, how many of you think that, I'm going to ask you 3 show of hands. How many of you think that the entire picture is AI? Okay. How many think that the front, the bust is AI, but the back is real picture? Okay. And how many think that the front is real and the back is AI generated? Okay. The third group is correct. All right? Good. Okay, so let's go to the next panel. We are going to talk about women in AI now, more specifically. Now, at Women Entrepreneurship Program, something that Anna Roy here, whom you heard from, has steered for many years, at that program, there was always a belief that technology is a leveler, and AI is even more of a leveler, right? So with that in mind, we're going to go into this panel that's titled Startup Playbook, Not Despite, but Because of HER. Okay? I'm going to invite for the panel Rahul Mathan, who is a partner at Trilegal, and 3 distinguished panelists just like Rahul, Kanika Tekriwal, who is the CEO of Jet Set Go, Rucha Nanavati, who is the Chief of Advanced Technologies at Farm Equipment Business M&M Limited, and Sarita Ahlawat, MD and co-founder of the Bot Lab Dynamics. Please take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to try and make this session as interactive as possible. So the idea, as you can see, that the topic is rewriting the startup playbook, not despite, because of her. So too many of these conversations tend to be about how difficult it is and how challenging it is for us to achieve things in this. First of all, it's hard enough to achieve things as an entrepreneur. Sometimes it's hard enough when you have all sorts of other constraints against you. But the idea was not to dwell on the constraints, but to try and see what are the drivers that lift us up. And so the panelists have all agreed to talk about that, the optimism that comes out of the current time that we're in and the things that we've achieved. So before we start, I wanted to do a bit of scene setting. And I wanted to, can you just bring the Mentimeter up? I am going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves. But while they introduce themselves, and perhaps as they introduce themselves, we'll get some sense of, you'll get some ideas. And I want to do a word cloud. You can see the question in one word. What describes your biggest ambition for your startup or idea? Just a word. And it could be things like, change, or it could be things like, upliftment. It could be things like, and you can use two words, I guess, sometimes. So you could say two words and say, making a difference. Now, if you can start, there you go. We've started with revolutionary. And I'm going to give you the time to do this while I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves and what they do. And then in what they say, maybe you'll get the inspiration for doing another word. Who knows? But that's sort of the idea. So actually, can I start, Sarita, with you, and we can just go down.
Hello, hi. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Sarita. First of all, thank you so much for the organizers for having me here. So I run a startup called Botlab Dynamics. Our startup is from IIT Delhi. We build drones. And so what is made Botlab famous was back in 2022, January 29, we flew 1,000 drones from Rashtrapati Bhavan. And why it was special? Because at that time in India, we did not have that capability, and it made India the number 4 country in the world to have that capability. And a year later, we flew 3,500 drones. And in last year, we flew 5,500 drones, and we made a world record. And you'll be happy to know why world record, because upon Indians don't like to come second, right? Our parents have taught this. But we also have Chinese. So we made a world record, and within a month, they broke our world record and told us that we should replace this title of world record holder. So now we are going for another world record with 12,000 drones soon. And what is, so we have made like 7 world records in last year and a half. And what is made us capable of doing is because we have innovated, and for 5 years, and I know the topic is startup. Startup is not always glamorous. You have to work very, very hard. So we did that for 5-6 years without salary, a lot of hard work. And that taught us to build our own electronic hardware. So what is made us where we are is our ability to design the drones from scratch. So we are building our entire stack of hardware, software in-house, and because of that capability, now we have presence nationally, internationally, and we have commercialized this technology as drone light shows. And in India, if you've ever had a chance of looking at any drone light show, chances that you've seen our work. And we are using same capability, and we're taking it to defense. Our dream, where we started Botlab, we want to build drones for Indian defense system. And we have now orders from defense that includes Army, Navy, and Air Force. So, and I'll share more along the discussion. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm just looking at the word cloud: passion, people, revolutionary, impact. So these are the sort of buzzwords. Kanika, if you can tell us a little bit about what you do.
So no world records here. And I think what you're doing is absolutely incredible. I'm Kanika Tekriwal. Again, startups are not glamorous at all. I think we're often known as the Uber of the skies. We operate private jets and helicopters, which is nothing short of being a glorified taxi operator, but in the sky, with very expensive taxis, if I can put it that way. But what are we actually setting out to do is, democratize air travel, democratize air mobility. We're working on eVTOLs, which are nothing but passenger drones, as you would know, and we're trying to bring those to India. Again, I don't think we'll be the first to, India will be the first to operate them, but we're trying very hard to make sure India has the right ecosystem to get you from home to office in an air taxi instead of a car. So that's the mission and vision we're working on right now. Thank you.
Thanks. And Rucha.
Awesome. I think once you're in Mumbai, right, let me know. So very different background. I'm Rucha Nanavati. I am Chief Digital Transformation Officer in Mahindra & Mahindra, and moving on to trying to work with a lot of farm and agriculture startup to establish our Advanced Technology Center. My journey has been not necessarily with startups, but I've mentored startups. I still do that. I'm angel investor in a lot of women-led startups. And I teach startups how to scale, how to run this. How many times you want to be just a startup? The ambition is to scale and become super successful, right? So I think, and I have technology background, 25 plus years. Very fortunate to have worked in many, many different industries and many different geographies. So, that's sort of my quick background, and we'll talk more later.
Okay, great. So we've got the word cloud out. It's still growing. I'm going to just keep this up because I really like seeing how this evolves as we speak, but it's still passion, people, impact, and money. I'm surprised money is not higher up, and I'm actually really glad that money is not higher up because passion, people, and impact will cause money. That's sort of the way these things work. But can I move first to you, Kanika, to try and get a sense of this passion, people, impact. And I'm just picking up of what Chintan said in his workshop earlier. He sort of spoke about how to identify that perfect problem statement. Now, what was the problem statement when you went out to set up this business of yours? And I'm just trying to see, as a woman entrepreneur getting into this space, are there sort of white spaces that you found that really helped you shape this idea? What were the gaps that you found that you were perfectly set up to do? And I'm just thinking, for all the entrepreneurs here, as Chintan said, we have to find gaps because it's the gaps that we fill with our entrepreneurship and innovation.
So I think, Rahul, I mentor a lot of young girls, and there are two types of gaps. One are those that you're like, I want to do a startup. I have to find a problem. And then there are those where you just wake up one morning and you're like, you know what? Why doesn't this work like this? And more often than not, I think those wake up in the morning moments which lead to revolutionary ideas. I was speaking to Deepinder, who runs Zomato, and I remember him mentioning that he just wanted to solve the problem of getting food to the office. Why can't I get food to my office? And that's what Zomato was born, and look at what Zomato is today, right? And I think for me it was a very similar moment. I was working in this industry since I was 16, purely because I belonged to a Marwari family where my parents decided to give me a very restricted pocket money during college, and I couldn't afford to go out and party. So I said, "Okay, let me work on my own," and that's how I started working in the industry. And I realized that you had billionaires out there who were spending $20,000, $40,000 to fly between Delhi and Bombay, but they were not being given a plane they wanted. They were not being given the food they wanted, or the type of ride they wanted, or even the type of plane they wanted. And I said, why is it so difficult for someone who's spending $40,000 to fly from Bombay to Delhi to get the plane he wants? It can't be rocket science, right? So in my head, I think it was a very small problem to solve. But when I tried to solve the problem, it wasn't a very small problem to solve. We launched Jet Set Go, and the first flight didn't take off because the supplier of the plane never turned up with the plane. And he told me 20 minutes before, sorry, ma'am, I can't do the flight. And I went back home and I cried for 6 days, non-stop, saying, this is the problem I wanted to solve, but I didn't solve it. And I had all the reason to pack up. But then I said, no, there has to be more problems behind this problem, right? And then I actually went into every root cause of why private jets get delayed, what goes wrong. And I came up with a model which kind of was foolproof. And we kind of overnight changed the industry, we had customers saying, "Main sirf Kanika ke plane mein baithunga." And that's what we wanted to do. So I think for me, it was a very simple, again, that wake up in the morning moment, which really led to realizing bigger and bigger and bigger and deeper problems. And I think until that problem is going to keep changing. So today, obviously, we don't solve this problem. Today, the problem I'm trying to solve is why should someone have to pay $40,000 to do private air mobility from Bombay to Delhi? Why can't I enable it in $200 for the person? So I think the problem statement will keep evolving as you grow and build the business.
I just want to recognize that a lot of the people that we're looking at, there are a few gray hairs and bald heads and but a lot of them are really young. And so I want to turn to you, Rucha, to just, I think when you're young, it feels like a mountain that you have to climb. Why would people take me seriously? I'm just so young. Why would they listen to what I say? And just with your experience of having mentored and invested in startups, what advice can you give to a set of young entrepreneurs that have this, maybe as Kanika said, has already got this wake-up moment, but are doubtful as to how to take it forward? What can they do to build their credibility? How can they become better entrepreneurs that make a difference?
I think I'll build up on what she said. Is clarity of problem is such an important thing, right? But I think in anywhere, not just in startup, right? Anywhere, if you are new, if you're entering a new sort of arena, workplace, whatever, content, skill is important. There is no shortcut to that. I think work we have to do, you may do hard work, smart work, whatever you want to do, but be prepared. Come in prepared, right? I think skill set is something we can build, we know that today. Volunteer for taking up, don't stick to the role that has been given. I think don't need to say that to founders. They do pretty much everything, but even otherwise, if you are in a specific role, volunteer to look at the bigger picture. Keep an eye on the entire spectrum rather than a very narrow definition of what your job is or what your role is. Ask for help. You'll be very surprised how many people are eager and willing and really out there to help you. A lot of time, I'm going to say this, I think women are a little bit more hesitant in asking for help. Don't. Please, please fix the monologue in yourself first that I'm short of something or I don't know something. That's not true. Your credibility will build with preparation, showing up with the right skill, let your work talk, and ask for help. Build your network, have mentors. It comes with time. It doesn't come overnight. I don't think anybody here thinks anything comes overnight, right? So just showing up with that discipline, with that prepared work, always helps. And I think in anything, not just startup, anywhere.
And if you can just go back to the Mentimeter, I just want to see where we are. But Sahit, I want to pick up on just this idea of doing a drone startup. I mean, until 3 years ago, maybe even less, it was illegal to operate a drone, right? To bring a drone in from outside. So obviously, once the law changed, it's a small number of people who identify that and then create an opportunity. I want you to sort of help the audience understand how to do that. So this idea has already been done and taken, but there will be a new window that comes. And how do people learn from what you did to actually go and find, I don't know if it's some nanobots, I don't know, whatever is going to come later. How do they pick up on that thing and then capitalize on it to build it into a business?
So first is, I just want to continue with my colleague, why do a startup? And everybody have their whys, why you need to do something. And our why, so we are 3 founders, me, Tanmay, Anuj. Anuj did BTech from IIT Delhi and I did PhD from outside. And our why was we wanted to build hardware in India. Agar aaj abhi bhi dekho, your cell phone, TV, any hardware that you touch during the day. Abhi Chintan sir was talking about AI. Lot of emerging technology, India doesn't have a footprint on that. And much less when it comes to hardware. So, जब मैं PhD कर रही थी, all the expensive microscopes are made outside. And when you look at defense, we still have more than 80% dependency for defense equipment. आपके fighter jet हैं, कुछ भी हैं. I'm glad that LAT is making air taxi, and a lot of exciting stuff is coming. So when we started back in 2016, our why was कि हम इंडिया में कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी बनाएंगे डिफेंस के लिए, because it puts us into very vulnerable place when you can't defend yourself, you don't have your own technology. पर मैं आपको एडवाइस दूंगी कि आप ये मत करना, because इतना बड़ा हमने सोच लिया, but the path is very hard, and it is a joke that hardware startup are hard. And it's partially less joke, but more of a reality. So if you get into hardware startup, थोड़े muscle बना लो, exercise कर लो, because it's going to be still is very hard. Because आपको कुछ बनाना है, वो चलना है. Ecosystem is very poor in India to make PCBs and design, and अभी भी बहुत, I mean Mahindra folks can also say that, Tata's, everybody suffers from that our ecosystem is really poor when it comes to electronic design, manufacturing, and those has been our reasons of staying into this and suffering. And so one reason was we wanted to build drones for defense, and 3 years we tried to do demo to defense and we failed. We went bankrupt more times than I can count. And in 2019, I went to Tanmay, and so some have Dipinder as a friend, but I had Tanmay who's very poor. So I went to him and I said, Tanmay, हम लोग bankrupt होने वाले हैं, हो गए हैं, यार कुछ करते हैं. And तो हमने सोचा कि उसके 2 महीने पहले we had taken our swarm drones. So what it meant is you're flying multiple drones operated by a single user. वो हमने पोखरन में Indian Air Force को दिखाया था. While the Indian Air Force was very impressed, but there was no money. And so, you know, they ask you to make it better and all of that. How can you make it better if you are running out? And by that time, we were putting all our money, all our savings had gone. And IITs do not have mechanism to fund you. They can give you a house to do your experimentation, but funding is always a hard thing. And now situation is improving quite a bit, not as bad as it was in 2019. So we thought, how do we make money? And therefore we thought, let's do drone light show. It's the same technology. And lot of drones, if you see in Ukraine and Gaza, they're dual technology, you know, dual use. You can use them for defense, and literally same drones you can use for personal, any application. So हमने ये मिशन लेके हम डायरेक्टर के पास गए, प्रोफेसर राम गोपाल राव, उन्होंने बोला कि सर हम ये करना चाहते हैं. नहीं लगे तुम डिफेंस कर रहे थे, कहाँ अभी एंटरटेनमेंट? सर we said, sir, give us like maybe 6 months, we'll do it. But it took us 2 years to learn to miniaturize drone, do drone light shows, and we flew 40 drones at once. And then Ministry of Defense, because all the free work that we had done, we got notice, and they said, why don't you fly on Rashtrapati Bhavan? And then rest is the history. So, but coming back to when you stay in a startup, whether it's hardware, software, you have to keep, and you know, my colleague rightly said, a problem could be A today, but tomorrow it can be X, Y, Z. And you have to keep pivoting to survive. And you also have to keep pivoting basis your skill set. Maybe today you think you can solve this problem, and probably you can't when you realize. So you have to keep pivoting, surviving. You have to always be engaged with the ecosystem, with yourself, resources, and you figure it out. But the good, जैसे Hindi movies में होता है, end is always positive, happy ending. So I think in startup, there is always a happy ending. You always find something meaningful. So you stay at it, knowing it will work out.
Can I just get the Mentimeter back up? I want to see where we are. And I'm going to go to a rapid fire round very quickly. Chintan, do we have audience question time? Time for questions from the audience? No. Okay, fair enough. Can you just put the Mentimeter? Okay. So, I mean, we're seeing passion as the big thing. And, you know, based on what everyone's saying, I'm glad you have passion, because passion is going to push you through those times when it's difficult. Everyone seems to say that there are times when it's really difficult. And the only way to push through the difficulty is letting your passion drive you through. Can we put the next Mentimeter question on, please? This is just a question to get a sense from the startups, the entrepreneurs, as to what form of support would be most meaningful to accelerate your innovation journey. So it's just a poll. We're going to see, as you start putting your questions in, we're going to see what people are saying, and that's excellent. I was just hoping we'd start with mentorship, because my first question is around mentorship and support. Okay, access to money, yeah. Mentorship is going back up. I love these things because it's almost like watching horses race or something like that, right? So you see who's going to win. But I'm going to ask a quick, like a rapid fire question to everyone, yeah? Now, you've all spoken, both of you have spoken about some support system that you have, Kanika and Sarita. Is it more important, and I mean, we'll just take it in any order, is it more important to have friends with money or friends that have support? I mean, both are important because you can see this graph is going sort of up and down, and there we've got, see, market access and partnership is right on top. So in terms of support, is it capital or is it opening doors? What's most important in your mind? Yeah, why don't you start, Richa?
I'll start. People who can open doors because they'll open doors to money as well.
I couldn't agree more with her, but I think firstly it's very important to have friends in your worst times. You know, when you have nothing and you're down on the ground, and I think a lot of young people will agree with me, you're going to have very few people actually be there for you. So I think it's very important to be grateful for those who you have. And I think what's most important is support, not only for opening doors, for money, you know, a shoulder to cry on. You know, there are days when you want to kill yourself, quite literally, when you're running a startup. You have no money, you have no food to put on your table, you don't have money to pay your rent. And you just want someone who'll pick up your phone and say, it's going to be okay. So I think, you know, whether that's in the form of a mentor or a peer network or someone to help balance your mental health is very important.
Sarita?
I think it depends on the stage of the startup. अगर आप शुरू में start कर रहे हो तो having a technical knowledge is very, very important. At that time you don't need money or opening doors, but as you grow, you need money, and उसके बाद you need people who have network. So it's kind of a stages. You need founders, co-founders, your core team. So if you're building a startup, that would be the very first thing, finding your team, which is technically capable.
So I'm going to pick up on that to say, then how do you go up and build a network? Because it's not so easy to do. You know, you have a friend, shoulder to cry on, but then to build a network, that's much harder. And all of you have some sort of network. I mean, is it that, you know, you have to become successful and then you get a network, or can we get a network before that? How does a young startup who actually currently has no network start working to build the network?
So वो एक बात सच भी है कि जो बहुत technical लोग होते हैं, they lack in this social skill and networking. तो in fact शुरू में तो we used to get even offended कि हमें क्यों जाके pitch करना है, you know, कि हम अपना काम करेंगे और काम बताएगा कि हम कर रहे हैं, you know, but so that's why you need founders, co-founder and core team. So you divide these roles, and then somebody takes up this role of pitching and presenting and giving a panel discussion while others are locked in a dark room and working all night and day.
Kanika.
To be very honest, I think if you want a network, join web. Okay, for those who don't know what web is, I can sit and give you the whole gyan on it. But you know, on a more serious note, when I started out in 2011, there was nothing called entrepreneurship. Was not cool. There was no webs and anything of the world. You know, startups weren't recognized. When I told my dad what I'm doing, he said, "Aap game bana rahe ho." So, you know, forget friends. Even your parents didn't want to support you at that point of time, and you just had to find your tribe. You know, and I think that's very important. At the stage that most young startups are today, the resources available to you are innumerable. I mean, if you go on to WEP and you go and see, you're being provided mentorship in all spaces. You know, similar to WEP, there are a lot of other places as well, but I think there's no lack of resources right now. You just have to open your eyes, be open to meeting random people. Every other day there's a startup conference in this city. You know, go attend them, go speak to the panelists. I remember the first, when I started out, TIE used to be the only thing that organized a conference once a year. And I used to go stand in line to speak to every panelist. And now, which is why when anyone comes to speak to me after a panel, you know, I make sure I speak to each person because I know how it felt to be on the other side of the room. And I think it's very, very crucial to just put yourself out there shamelessly. I used to always think, log kya kahenge? Yaar, log to वैसे भी कहेंगे, whether you fail, succeed, don't succeed, लोगों का काम है कहना. So, you know, please go out there, meet as many people as you can, be shameless. This is your chance to succeed. If you want to succeed, you've got to really, really just go out and ask for what you want. The worst you'll hear is a no. If you hear a no, someone else will be a yes. But just, you have to go out there and put yourself out there. Be vulnerable. It's okay to fail. It's okay to have doors closed on you. Because 10 doors will close, 1 door will open is what I really believe.
And Rucha, as you're doing this, I'm just looking that, market access and partners, peer networks are all good, but people are also saying access to capital. That seems to be the second most important thing. And one of the things that your network is going to give you is, as you said, open doors to capital. So how does one do that strategically? How do you go and make your network and then get capital?
So I think now she said it so rightly that we have access to so many of these, right? Take advantage of these kind of events, right? I hope nobody is going to go out of here without making some more connections, meeting some people who are successful in their own right. I think I'm going to sort of pull on the women a little bit more because women are still not enough. They're drawing so little capital out of the VC firms that are there. We are the ones who should make the VC firms. Why not? There are enough and more women who are successful. Here are examples. There are more, we are successful in corporate, some policymakers here. Please support each other, whether it is financially, a shoulder to cry on, your peer system, your network, your mentorship. I think you really can make it happen. And I'm not dissing men at all. I think I have so many mentors, and no. I actually have mentors. Mostly have been men, and I'm standing on their shoulders and sponsors and so on. One sitting right there. But I think consciously need to support more women through VC fundings. That is absolutely true. Still only 18%. Only 18% in India.
So, yes, of course.
I'm sorry to just jump in. I was Shark on Shark Tank most recently, and I was surprised to see that we had more pitches from women than men this year, at least in my time at the tank, which just goes to show you that there is so much talent out there, and all of us are looking for more and more women to invest in. Although I try to shut my eyes and be gender agnostic, but dil se lagta hai ki ladki ko hi support karna hai. So I think there's a lot of people like us out there who want to support, empower, and enable women-led startups. Especially because I think we didn't have that support system, when we started out. So I would really suggest, go out there and keep knocking. There is no shortage of capital, guys. I don't know, anyone who believes there's a shortage of capital in this world is either very misled or ignorant. There is excess capital available in the world with a shortage of opportunity. So I don't think, access to capital should ever be a challenge. You send out 100 cold mails to VC firms today, small, big, and medium, you will get 10 replies. But you have to have that courage in you, you have to have that patience in you to go out and reach out to people. I'm again telling you, all of us are looking for opportunities. You don't have enough. I went to the tank thinking I'm going to invest so much money. I came out of the tank having invested this much. So there's definitely a shortage of opportunity out there.
And I think talent, we have the talent, right? I don't think that the people need to sit in the dark room and somebody else has to go and present. We want that depth. That depth should be shown because that's what is going to get you the money. Not pretty presentations. They are there, but those are easy to make.
Okay, that bell rang, which clearly means we've got to get off the stage. But please give a round of applause. We set out to inspire you. I hope we have. Thank you, all three of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And what an incredible panel. 3 cheers to these crusaders and to their gracious host. Please get a quick picture taken before you head off on the other side of the stage. There was somebody in this room, I was telling you about the G20 story, who wrote an article at that time that said that for a worthy idea, there is always the capital. So thank you for everything you said. Let's go and hear from one of you. Let's invite on stage Ria Rastagi, who will tell us about psychedelic. Ria, welcome. Let's give her a big round.
All the best, Ria. All the best.
Hi everybody, my name is Rhea Rostagi and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Psychedelic. And these are headphones that do more than just play music. These are headphones that understand you, your mood, your emotions and help you transform it. We're the same team who built Newfini out of India. Newfini was India's first brain wearable EEG device. We built that for 4 years. We worked with a lot of B2B research entities, researchers, Sri Ravi Shankar, Art of Living, a lot of IISc, IITs who we worked with to understand how brain health, how neuro health really works. We've been in this space for more than 6 years. We were the first ones to start creating a wearable for your mental health and neurological health before we actually enter into the D2C space so that you, as users, can start using headphones that understand your emotion. When we try to understand, there are two types of people here. People who are hustlers, people who like to work 16 hours, people who like to work 12 hours, but they get tired, they get stressed, life comes in the way. They want to take a break, but that creates anxiety, that creates sleeplessness, and then your health takes a toll. Not that working hard is not good, it is, but then your health is the utmost priority. How can you actually manage both passion, hustle, and health? And this is how. Where there are a lot of variables which tell you just what's wrong with you, that you have high stress, bad sleep, bad recovery, and low steps. Psychedelic is that variable that in 15 minutes through neuroscience can help change your mood. These are normal headphones. You can use this to take meetings, you can use this to listen to music, but we have a PPG sensor in this which understands your heart rate. Through your heart rate and brain blood flow, we are able to estimate your emotions. Not just through that, we also take manual input. Through the manual input, we create a VAD score through the AI model that exists for the past 50, 60 years. We are able to estimate if you have anxiety, if you have sleeplessness, if you have drowsiness, what does that mean on your heart rate data? Over a period of time, through reinforcement learning, we are able to understand your emotions better. Over the next 1 month, 2 months, we are able to understand what sleepiness, what focus, what anxiety, what flow state means for your biomarkers. And not only that, we, through the science of music, can actually change your mood. We have an AI-based recommendation engine which plays just the right music to help you fall into sleep. Just the right music to help you focus better. And if that doesn't work, there comes neuromodulation. Neuromodulation which stimulates your brainwaves in the right direction. It's like that gear and that engine to your car to help you smoothen out the journey much better. It's backed by neuroscience. We're the first ones in the Indian market trying to do this in a headphone form factor so that lifestyle fitness is not just a 20-minute routine, it's a part of your life. We have a 92% efficacy where we tracked your EEG, we tracked your psychometric qualitative analysis, and your quantitative feedback before we even came into the market. This was my first prototype. I got this tested across 500 people in Delhi NCR, anybody and everybody who would try it, before we launched this version in the market in April. We've done some 80 odd units of sales in India before we launched globally, and we are seeing some amazing traction. Neurable was one of the companies in US who's working with NASA and defense, pricing their product at $699, which can just read your brain. Psychedelic is that wearable which can read and write into your brain. Halo Sports was one wearable funded by Khosla Ventures, $599 pricing, which did neuromodulation. And Enophones is another headphone which could read. Psychedelic is the first closed-loop wearable, which does not just tell you your problem, it tries to solve that for you. And a lot of wearables in this space, we know Apple has already launched a heart rate monitoring earphone. We know Samsung is entering into the market of dementia. We know brain health is the utmost importance right now, be it mental well-being or be it neurological health. And that's why we are doing this. Why we are doing this is because my elder sister was diagnosed with meningitis infection at the age of 25. She passed away after 4 months being in a stroke ICU with not much help. And that's one of the reasons that drives me, that nobody should be left without a preventive healthcare setup in this stage. We did 20 lakhs revenue in India in the first 3 months before we decided to go global. We have amazing stats as to how users are actually over time using our product more. There have been people who are using this boost mode to sleep in the night and to focus in the morning, to avoid caffeine, to avoid melatonin, to avoid any chemical supplements. We launched globally and we saw amazing traction across 6 geographies: US, UK, Canada, Germany, Australia, and Sweden. We are hopefully starting export within the next 3 to 4 months while doing our product launch. The best thing a customer said to us was Paisa Vasool, and I think that's one of every founder's dream, that people see worth in your device. Eventually, we'll be launching a lot of wearables which enter into different spaces for women's health, for athletes, to understand brain and neurological issues at a preventive level. Like Apple can tell that you're about to have a heart attack, can detect different cardiological issues. That's our goal for mental well-being and neurological health. Yes. Thank you so much.
Well, what an incredible story. Congratulations and wish you the very best. You reminded me, Ria, of Professor Amar Bose, who built the Bose corporations. You see their headphones. And the fable goes that when Amar came on stage and talked about his noise cancellation headphones, people would line up outside to sign up for one. I hope something like that happens to you. So, well, before we go to the next session, do you all want to stand up and stretch like we did before? Why don't we stand up and just stretch a bit? Nobody minds a stretch, eh? In the afternoon, good. Tadasana, as they say it. All right, good. Well, we're going to switch gears, and we are going to now tell you about some data sources. And these data sources were built by NITI Aayog in an initiative called the National Data Analytics Platform, or NDAP. We want you to know about this data, we want you to use it, and we want you to tell us what can improve about it. So to do that demo, let me call upon stage Megha Pandey. Megha, welcome. Let's give her a round. Yeah.
Hello everyone. So the focus of today's demo is on unlocking the public data for innovation using India's National Data and Analytical Platform. The objective of this presentation is to demonstrate how a centralized data access platform can simplify the data discovery, improve interoperability of the data across ministries, and support evidence-based policy making. So here we'll briefly introduce you and walk through what is NDAP, and we'll see the practical use cases, the real-life use cases where this NDAP is used for the quick data insights and policy decisions. So what is NDAP? NDAP is a flagship initiative of NITI Aayog. It stands for National Data and Analytics Platform. So it is a one-stop platform for all the published, publicly available data sets, which allows users to easily search, merge, visualize, customize, and download these data sets in few clicks. The aim of NDAP is to improve the access and the use of the public data sets by hosting it in a clean, machine-readable formats and ensuring the data interoperability by mapping the data to the common sets of geographical and temporal dimensions. So what are the challenges basically? Since we know across the public departments, public sector, huge volume of data is published every day. and it is available for public use, yet much of this data remains underused. Why? The key challenges are, first, the data is often fragmented. The data is available in silos. The data sets do not talk to each other. Why? Because the data comes from different departments in different formats, in different location and time granularities. As a result, they do not easily connect to each other, making the cross-sectoral or the cross-regional analysis really difficult. The second challenge is the cluttered. So many data portals exist in public, but they are mostly cluttered and the navigation is not that user-friendly. As a result, users face complex interfaces, unclear metadata, and inconsistent structures, which discourages the use and adoption of the public data from the various available portals. And the third major challenge is static. Most of the government data platforms have visualizations or dashboards which are static and which are not interactive and cannot be easily customized for further analysis. So these are the key reasons why the data which is available in public but is not fully utilized. So as a result, what NDAP, National Data and Analytical Platform, addresses all these challenges in the data ecosystem, and even though the substantial amount of data exists in the system at present, but at present, the tools and the frameworks that are required to convert this data into actionable insights is missing. So here, NDAP provides access to the standardized data in a single platform, allowing the users to search, merge, visualize, and download easily in a user-friendly way. Now coming to what are the features of NDAP. NDAP is designed not just as a data repository, but as a data access and analytical platform. The key features of NDAP addresses many of the practical challenges that are faced while working with the public data. First is standardized data. So, NDAP hosts public data in the clean machine-readable formats, and all the data sets are standardized using LGD, Local Government Directory, which is most up-to-date standard set of administrative boundaries. Second, key feature is interoperability of data. Data sets on NDAP are interoperable. And since we know that data sets come from different sectors, different departments, and they cannot be quickly merged. So with the NDAP's inbuilt feature, which is inbuilt merge tool, wherein you can quickly merge the data sets for deeper analysis, you can further customize, create your own visualizations. So data is made interoperable in NDAP. Second is user friendliness. Now NDAP offers a simple and intuitive user interface. Users can search easily using semantic search, natural language search, and filter the results by various ministries, regions, sector, location, and time granularity. So in this way, NDAP makes the data discovery quite easy even for the non-technical users. Interactive visualizations. Using NDAP, users can select any data sets and indicators and create the required visualization in just a few clicks. It can be a bar chart, scatter plot, heat map, etc. These charts are interactive and customizable, allowing users to explore the patterns rather than just relying on the static and the fixed dashboards and reports. Feedback and suggestion. NDAP also includes a feedback button in the portal, wherein various users can comment, can give suggestions about improving the portal or including any other data sets as well, which are being reviewed and the action is taken upon. Even you can also register as an NDAP user to see the personalized search results based on your usage and the history. Now, the last and the most important feature of NDAP is use case-based approach. The data sets on NDAP are not directly onboarded, but they are guided by the use case, which are being provided by the policymakers, researchers, and domain experts. Based on the real life cases, based on the priority of the data which is being identified by these domain experts, the data sets are onboarded into the NDAP. So together, all these features make NDAP a practical reference model to show how the public data can be standardized, connected, and transformed into a usable insight for governance and decisions. Now, if we see the scale and coverage of NDAP, NDAP offers a comprehensive collection of government data sets with more than 6,362 data sets onboarded in NDAP as on date, data from 53 ministries across 31 sectors and based on 168 use cases. And it is continuously upgrading based on the use cases and onboarding the data sets as per the feedbacks received. Now, how NDAP streamlines the data? Government data is available, or rather the public data is available at multiple administrative levels. We can see it is available at state level, district level, sub-district, villages, and block. And often this data is available in the form of huge tables. So NDAP streamlines and compresses and reduces the number of tables and makes the indicators available through the keyword search, and NDAP makes the data in the machine-readable formats by converting the various source files like PDF, CSV into machine-readable formats. So in this way, together all these features make NDAP a practical reference model for how the administrative data can be standardized, connected, and transformed for the usable governance. Thank you.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much. I think this initiative or such an initiative when it's done, it's very hard to appreciate. There you go. But while it is being done, and incidentally, I had a seat on the sidelines when NDAP was building at the NITI Aayog. This is very, very hard work because there are all these data sources which are first not very clean. They are not at the same baseline. They were not created to be interlinked, and now you are trying to interlink them after the fact. And so what NDAP has gone on to do is really monumental. I mean, when you go into it, you will feel that, oh my God, I wish it did many, many more things, but just getting here is a lot of work from where we come as a data nation. So do take a look at it. We're going to now pivot. Am I too loud? No, I'm not. Okay. We're now going to pivot and look at another colossal sector. This is the water sector. And I'm going to invite Bhavna Badola, the senior manager of Arghyam. Arghyam was building water-related awareness and solutions when most people were saying water can be a big problem. And they've done an incredible amount of work, and let's hear their story. Bhavna, welcome. And let's welcome her like we do.
Thank you for making taller. I was hoping that I would be visible from the stage. So good afternoon, everyone. I am really honored to be representing Arghyam today. And since this is AI by her, can I just really flex the strong women leadership that we have? The founder of Arghyam is Rohini Nilekani, who has really helped us in the financial sustainability. She sold all of her Infosys shares and the profit was given to us. So we didn't have to worry about the grants and we could choose to be a not-for-profit. And the second woman is Sunita Nadamani, and she's a global leader in social tech-enabled innovation and currently the chairman of the board. Arghyam, unlike most of the people in the room, possibly is not a tech provider. Rather, we are going to be presenting a use case We are working for a cause of water for the last 25 years, very closely with Jal Jeevan Mission, a mission by Government of India to provide water to every rural household. For the past 25 years, we have worked with Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar to develop community-led programs through leveraging technology. India Water Portal, I don't know if any one of you have heard of, is one of the initiatives of Arogyam. And this was launched somewhere in early 2000, and at that point of time, that was India's first public digital common. It has a lot of content, data, and articles related on water. I hope if you guys can see it after you are gone from the room. Since 2022, we also started working with Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation as Rural Wash partner. And this is where we were the thematic lead for DPI and artificial intelligence. Jal Jeevan Mission has made a significant progress in past 7 years, where they have actually enabled the pipelines being laid to ensure that the water gets supplied for all rural households. But currently, the phase that we are in here, it actually poses a very real challenge where we have to ensure efficient service delivery. And for the service delivery, there are a lot of questions in our mind. Is the water really getting supplied to all the rural households? Is the quality and quantity efficient enough? And are the piped water schemes being operated and maintained? Is there clear accountability? And for that, there is a real opportunity that lies for all the tech providers who are into AI, data analytics, and DPI. Ministry themselves are actually envisioning a DPI for water, and Arogyam is supporting them by creating a public digital rail. But first, before we go to the DPI, it actually, I'm sure all of you in this room know more about DPI than me, myself. But what we are really trying is really challenging in practice. And that is to shift from isolated state systems to shared digital infrastructure, open standards, interoperable APIs that enable the systems to talk to each other. So we see a lot of systems are already developed, but they are not interoperable. And how do we ensure that and create basic building blocks on which the innovators can plug into? So this is what we are really trying, co-designing with the government and operationalizing these registry standards and APIs. But before we actually go there and talk a little bit more about it, I would like to present something that we have recently developed and also piloted in Assam. It is called Jal Suchak, which is an AI-enabled smart solution to monitor whether water is really coming through the schemes or not. This was piloted with the support of the state PhD department, and the problem that we were trying to solve for was what we actually saw in Assam, where when we went to the local villages, the pump operators were manually submitting the readings, and because of the manual submission, there were a lot of issues in the data quality, and some fudging also going on. There was no way of verification of that data. And what we deployed was relatively very simple. We gave them an AI-based model, an image reading tool. So what now they have to do is to just click a picture of the bulk flow meter, which is installed at every pipeline schemes that helps to understand how much water was supplied. They click a picture and upload it. It could be through a WhatsApp or any state-based application. And the AI-based model extracts the reading, gets it verified through them, and then it gets uploaded and used by the state systems to give this to the decision makers who can make day-to-day choices on how the operation and maintenance of pipeline schemes is being done. I will also show quickly a video of that, which is in Assamese, but it will show you how simple the workflow is and how it is empowering the last mile cadre. Can you please quickly play the video? This is a 1-minute video.
Apunar mobile phone Jolomitra application to khulok. Home screen on daily bulk flow bikolpot tipok. Tar pisot next click korok. Tar pisot agbarho. Apuni etia eta bulk flow meter photo upload korar bikolpoto dekhibo. Upload bulk flow meter photo tap korok aru meteror eta sposto chobi lok. ফটোখনত ক্লিক কৰাৰ সময়ত নিশ্চিত কৰক যে সমগ্ৰ মিটাৰটো স্পষ্টভাৱে দৃশ্যমান আৰু আপোনাৰ পৰ্দাত দেখুওৱা বৃত্তৰ ভিতৰত অৱস্থিত। এপ্লিকেশ্যনটো মিটাৰটো সঠিকভাৱে পঢ়াত সহায় কৰে। ফটোখন ক্লিক হোৱাৰ পিছত কেই ছেকেণ্ড অপেক্ষা কৰক। এপ্লিকেশ্যন স্বয়ংক্ৰিয়ভাৱে ছবিখনৰ পৰা ৰিডিং নিষ্কাশন কৰিব। নিষ্কাশিত পঠন স্ক্ৰীনত প্ৰদৰ্শিত হ'ব। অনুগ্ৰহ কৰি সংখ্যাবোৰ সাৱধানে পৰীক্ষা কৰক। যদি ৰিডিংটো সঠিক হয় আপোনাৰ প্ৰৱেশ সফলতাৰে ৰেকৰ্ড কৰিবলৈ সাবমিট টিপক। যদি ছবিখন অস্পষ্ট হয় বা ফটোখনত কোনো সমস্যা আছে পৰ্দাত এটা পপআপ বাৰ্তা দেখা দিব। আপুনি দুটা বিকল্প দেখিব, যিকোনো ধৰণে ব্যৱহাৰ কৰক, ইউজ এনিৱে বা পুনৰ ফটো লওক, ৰিটেক ফটো। উন্নত স্পষ্টতাৰ বাবে আপুনি ফটোখন পুনৰ ল'ব পাৰে আৰু ইয়াক পুনৰ আপলোড কৰিব পাৰে। যদি আপুনি হাতেৰে
Thank you so much. So as you can see, this is a very simple workflow that allows them to just click a picture. And when we started off, the accuracy of this was not great. We started with the accuracy of 55%. But now, after using a customized AI model, we have reached to 92% field accuracy now. And actually, we have the latest version of Jal Suchak that we have installed with Assam. Every day, 10,000 pump operators are uploading pictures. So I will just quickly talk about the second thing that we have been using. It is the voice AI-based consumer satisfaction survey that we call Jal Ki Baat. And this basically, even though the Jal Suchak gives us an idea of whether the water was supplied to through the schemes, but whether it reached to the households or not, that is being done through these consumer satisfaction survey. This is a voice AI agent that gives call to the consumers and check whether it actually reached them and are they satisfied with the services or not. So these are just few examples that we, how we have integrated AI to improve the service delivery of water supply. And just wanted to again highlight that it is an immense opportunity for all the tech innovators that are there in the room to build on the digital rails in one of the largest service delivery transformation in the world. So I would like to personally invite all of you to join us and support this great mission of our country to achieve efficient service delivery. And you can, through this, not only impact the 20 crore rural households, but you can also ensure that the lakh crores of the public money that was spent into it is put to a great use. So with this, I just want to say that water is the next frontier for AI and public infrastructure. Let's contribute in building it responsibly, openly, and at scale. Thank you so much.
All right, excellent. So this is what do we say? Ki bhalo. This is what the social impact-oriented assistance of AI is beginning to look like. With that, let's think about some disruptive ideas. Let's think about the next session. Let's get into the next session, which is titled, well, before I do that, I'm sorry, I think I skipped something. Before I do that, I think we have one more short talk, which is about leadership, because obviously all of this conversation will not mean much unless there's also a conversation about leadership. Is Dr. Sarika Agarwal here? Okay, Sarika is here. Let's welcome Sarika. She is going to talk about going global, guidance on leadership. Welcome.
You can hear me? Okay. So I am the Chief Medical Officer of a large multi-state organization in the US. And I went to the US at the tender age of 24 as a physician from one of our, I think, elite Mumbai medical schools, and have since then spent 20 years in leadership in multiple hospital and medical group organizations across the United States. So first of all, this is incredible. Incredible because it's women, but also incredible what India is doing. So what I bring today is really being on the other side of the fence. It's listening to a lot of AI firms, a lot of AI solutions from across the table. So I thought I would really summarize all the things that I do. A lot of it is what Dr. Vaishnav spoke to. You know, what are the things that I see? What are the things that make that impact? So I'm going to start with, how many of you are artists here today? Anyone's an artist? Anyone? Okay, hands. You know how artists have a muse? So I like to think that for every organization that I take care of, every healthcare, I have a muse. Currently, my muse is a 43-year-old single mother who has 2 children, is on welfare. She does not have health insurance. She lives in a small rural town in the United States, in the southern United States. Her nearest clinical medical care is about 1.5 hours away. And she doesn't understand the insurance, doesn't understand the government welfare system, and she has uncontrolled diabetes and uncontrolled high blood pressure. There's a lot of people like that across the United States. But why am I telling you about this muse? The reason is, no matter what your AI solution is, it should have a human face. In the end, you are actually solving a human problem. And I think having that face allows you to articulate the value proposition even more. So how do I think about this value proposition, and how do I think about the solutions that are based, that are marketed to me or that come to me? Again, I keep that muse in my mind, and I think, okay, I'm building these clinics. That's the bottom of the Maslow's triad. Anyone heard about the bottom of the Maslow's triad? Anyone? Okay, good. It's food, water, and air, right? Everything else is cake. So you want to bring your AI solutions in that food, water, and air, if that's where they need to be. You need to market them as such versus market them as cake. And so how do you think about it? I think about it very simple terms as really people, process, and technology. So what about people? People is really, really important if you want your solutions to make an impact. It can be the sleekest solution. It can be amazing technology. It can integrate. You have your data in every place. You have your legal counsel, your compliance counsel. Everything is in place, but you don't have the people. And how do you get the people? The way I think about it is hearts, minds, wallet, and time. It's very simple. It's not complicated. It's all the things we've been talking today. So what about the hearts? Human beings are irrational. Human beings are relational. You may have a technology, but to get people to understand it, you have to be relational, and maybe you have to address the irrational. And the irrational piece right now is fear. So we looked at an AI solution for clinical decision support for our providers. Fantastic solution. You know what? They were worried. Is it going to replace me? Am I going to be liable if it is wrong? Instead of actually seeing the possibilities. So what did we do? We did the relational piece. We said, okay, here is what it is. You have full control. This is going to give you advice, but you are the person that knows what to do. This is going to suggest things that maybe you haven't thought about. And it takes one zebra. We call zebras in medicine as these gray areas where the diagnosis is probable. So it takes one zebra to get solved, and there you have your early adopter, your clinical champion. That's it. You're on your way. The clinical champion takes you from your early adopters to early majority to late majority. So it's really important. That relational piece, that heart, that is important. What about minds? Minds is what everyone has been talking about today, these complex scientific evidence. Again, remember when you're talking to the customer, they may not understand all of it. I'll tell you this, my providers don't understand spreadsheets. They don't understand Excel. You know what they understand? Lines. Lines going down, it's getting bad. Lines going up, it's getting better. It may seem simple, but line diagrams, histograms, old-fashioned, actually really appeal to humans who are average, who are not technical. I often use the traffic light system, red, yellow, and green. You know why? Red, I tell my providers, is bloodbath. Green, I tell them, as green pastures. And so it's very easy for them to understand. I'm in the bloodbath versus I'm going to the green pastures. It seems very simple, but it's very effective. And those are the kind of things that I'm looking from our vendors when they talk to us. Sometimes they get very technical. Their value proposition, as Dr. Vaishnav said, is not clear. They talk in technicalities. They don't have that one big thing that appeals to the heart or that appeals to the mind. And so you really, we think about it as a Twitter message, 140 words or less, or elevator pitch. Everyone should really practice that. What are the other things? Wallet and time. We say that time is currency. Well, that's really true. I often use time to motivate, to engage. And in fact, if you do not have a direct ROI with your AI solution, if it can somehow help with time, that itself is a huge currency. And so my providers, for productivity, often I will give them more administrative time. You know, the one AI solution that they just lapped up was the ambient scribe solution. The solution that allowed them to dictate, that really made their note. Because you know how we talk to them? We said, you can go home faster. Very simple. You can go home faster. It's all about time. We didn't increase their paycheck. We did not give them an incentive. We just said you can go home faster. You see the human aspect, the relational aspect, the time aspect. And then, of course, there's the wallet. You have to talk the wallet. But what I find with a lot of vendors is they have all these complicated models, business models, subscription models, money up front, platform fee, annual fee, all of these things, which again, as an executive team member, it is hard for us. We either know the price of widgets, or we need to know if we are giving you some subscription, can we cancel it? How do we do it? What do we get for it? What if we don't do enough? So these are the kind of things that you have to think about. Really, really important. It seems simple. I have a product. I'm going to price it and I'm going to give it to you. But it doesn't always work that way. You really have to think about how you are building that business model. And that might vary. It might be different when you're with a CFO of a commercial organization versus a CFO of an academic organization. I've worked for both, and we talk in different languages. There's a lot of research pieces that are associated with the academic centers and non-research. So what are the other two buckets? So there's the people bucket, which I think is actually the make for all of the institutions. The other two buckets are data. Very, very important for anyone thinking global. You do need to think about all the complications that happen with the US, the HIPAA, the FDA, and all of these pieces. I know I've come up to time, so I'm going to end with this. If you have one thing that you need to think about, don't forget in all the technicalities, remember the people. Hearts, minds, wallet, time. There you have it. Thank you.
On the other side, yeah. Well, thank you very much, Sarika. There was a lot of wisdom packed into that, and you were the first one for the day who spoke about messaging and the importance of messaging, and one cannot emphasize enough that message. So let's get into the power play. We're going to have a panel that's going to turn us to disruptive ideas in the next session, which is titled Building Things to Transform, Breaking the Mold. It's moderated by none other than Debjani Ghosh, who is the Distinguished Fellow at the NITI Aayog and the Chief Architect of the Frontier Technology Hub Initiative. And then Four equally eminent panelists, Dr. Sunita Maheshwari, who is the chief dreamer, think about that title, chief dreamer of the Telrad group. We have Vidur Mahajan, founder and CEO of K12 AI. We have Nagendra Nagaraja, CEO of QPI AI, and then Pratyush Kumar, co-founder of Sarvam AI. Welcome all of you to the stage. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Hi, does this? Yep. Okay, does this. So let me do a quick check of the room. How many of you here are founders? Okay, how many want to be founders? There's a lot of hands going up at the back. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, so this is for both the groups, the founders and wannabe founders. So usually, you know, the world thinks that when India, the startup ecosystem, usually adapts to what's happening outside. US innovates, China innovates, and India adapts. And that's sort of the common narrative, right, that the world has. And what we are beginning to see now is that that narrative was true to a certain extent, but that narrative is now being challenged. And it's being challenged by founders who sort of dare to dream bigger and who sort of dare to say that we are going to swim against the tide and build something completely different. Now, when you do that, when you dare to do that, the first thing you hear is, "Paisa kahan se milega?" Who's going to fund you? Because VCs are always looking for safe bets. So who's going to fund you? And there's so many startups, there's so many founders that come to me saying, "Ma'am, we have a fantastic idea, but we can't build it because we will not get funding." And I think there is a need now to bring forward these founders who have actually gone against the tide to build something different. So that the younger startups, all those hands at the back that went up when I said who wants to be a founder, when they start their journey, they know that there is another route available. There is a second option available to follow their dreams. So with that, I have a beautiful panel. I was just listening to their stories sitting outside right now, and I think you will be as inspired as me. Unfortunately, Pratyush couldn't join us. He's stuck at Bharat Mandapam. I think there's a PM is coming to the expo, so he can't get out of that. But don't worry, I have three amazing panelists, and I think you'll really enjoy their stories. So I'm not going to introduce you guys. I'm going to request each of you, very short, to tell them who are you and what is that crazy thing that you are building. So Vidur, I want to start with you.
Yes, yeah. Technology. So, my name is Vidur. I am a physician by training. Then I didn't do physicianing. I transitioned to management. Then I ran my family business for some time. Then I transitioned again. I started K12 AI, which is the company I run. But when ma'am said, "Who are you?" I am essentially dad to Meher and Shlok, who are my two kids, like my life revolves around them. But we are trying to automate radiology using AI. We have the world's largest AI marketplace for radiology solutions. So MRI, CTs, X-rays, ultrasounds, all of those things. There's hundreds of amazing companies all over the world that are building tools for those doctors. We bring them into their workflows. Yeah, so more to be told, but we are trying to build in India for the world. We are one of the only companies of this type on the planet today, and happy to share more. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, madam. Thanks, everyone, for having me here. This is Dr. Nagendra, and I was just tinkering with technology in great companies like Qualcomm, NVIDIA. My first job was at Lucent, where I saw the first transistor way back in 2000 when I visited Bell Labs. Okay, so that being the background, I started to tinker with entrepreneurship, and so far QPI was very successful. First company was not so much, but first company could have become $100 million company by chance, because in 2016 we were thinking about agent-based compute. Only person who understand our technology was Sam Altman and his team. Okay, so that was how we built, and today we built India's first quantum computer, and for 6 years, out of 6 years, 4 years company is profitable. We never required to raise a fund, and if you ask me whom I am, I'm like a chief coach for 50 PhDs and another 150 employees. That's my role. Thank you.
Sunita?
Well, I'm a doctor, but I now call myself a medical entrepreneur, but very accidental entrepreneurs. Where we trained here at All India Institute in Delhi, went to the US, to Yale University, and came back to India to work in India, really feeling like India needed good doctors. But life is not always what it sets out to be, so we couldn't get a job. But then when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. So we landed up setting up a teleradiology company, which initially reported for Yale University, our own home university, and then slowly expanded. So no MBA, didn't raise funding, but we've built out India's largest teleradiology company today. We cover 150 hospitals in the United States from our headquarters in Bangalore. We work with the Ministry of Health of Singapore and with the Ministry of Qatar. And we have now AI enabled in our systems. So our goal really is to take the same domain and knowledge into remote parts of India, which is AI-enabled teleradiology. So it's not pure AI, it's definitely human in the middle, but it can solve the issues of poor diagnosis and inaccurate diagnosis all over the world. So yeah, very accidental.
Thank you. So what they haven't told you, and this is the problem with founders, right? They're not very, very good storytellers. So what they all have fabulous stories, and what they haven't told you is the following. Nag had a fabulous career. He talked about Bell Labs, and then he was with NVIDIA. And any of you know what NVIDIA stocks are today, right? He was with NVIDIA. In 2019, when the word quantum, how many of you had even heard of I don't know how many of you were born, but yeah, I'm sure you guys were born in 2019. But I don't know how many of you had really heard of the word quantum. Because at that in 2019, not today, in 2019, very few people knew about quantum. This was mainly the scientists. At that point, to give up a flourishing career in NVIDIA and come back to India to start a quantum startup, right? Now, it doesn't get crazier than that. So tell me, what was the thinking behind it, and how many people called you absolutely crazy?
So before people called me crazy, they didn't understand what I'm saying. So some people told quantum computer doesn't exist. Okay, and some people told, one VC came to me because of my background and told, see, don't do all these things. There was a hardware part and a software part. And we knew software will be profitable immediately. So he told, you just do the software and do 3 million, 4 million revenue, let's sell off, and we'll make 100 million in cash. So then I told no, okay, because I want to do hardware. So the reason why I wanted to do hardware is I saw in NVIDIA that AI would not stop. And equally I know that what the GPUs are, at least it has improved now. We used to call it as a heating element in microwave. Okay, so that was it, and we knew that this stage would come that everybody would move to a better modeling and better compute. The objective of the company, if you look at MCA, is intelligence modeling, intelligence compute. That's how we started, and most of them didn't believe, but we kept on making revenues and making profits. Then VC money came. Right? Yeah, but we didn't rise for 3 years. Purposefully, we didn't raise money for 3 years. We were profitable.
Yeah. Vidur, you have an equally interesting story. For those who don't know, Vidur belongs to the Mahajan family that runs the entire Mahajan imaging business. It's a very, very successful business. And he naturally had the option of continuing in that line and take over the business. But what he decided was to move and set up his own startup, K12 AI, and not just set up his startup, but set up a startup which will challenge the legacy business that his family has. So tell us a little about, did you get thrown out of the house? What happened?
Oh, I'm quite the contrary. It was actually all my dad's vision to give credit where it's very much due. Looking into the future, right, there have never been enough, or actually looking at the past, there have never been enough doctors for the patients that are out there, right? And here we are presented with a technology that can potentially bridge that gap forever, right? If AI can't do it, then probably there will be no other technology, at least that we can see today, that will be able to bridge that gap. And that's what we saw in 2017, 2018. So we originally started as a research group within the family business, where we were working with the world's top groups, NVIDIA included, all the way to like a 2-people startup out of Columbia University that nobody knew of, helping them figure out whether their AI solutions even worked or not. Right? So 3 computer vision scientists from Facebook leave and decide to revolutionize the world of medicine, right? They need a clinical connect. They need people to guide them कि यार ये चलता भी है या नहीं चलता है, मतलब तुम तो खुश हो रहे हो अपना AUC देख के, but so that was us, and we got the first paper on AI in the Lancet, and now post-COVID everybody knows what the Lancet is. First paper on AI in the Lancet was from India, right? We were part of it. Cure AI from Mumbai were part of it, and then there was this explosion of research that was happening from a small basement here in Defense Colony, right, close by. Then it hit us that nobody is really using these solutions, right? We were also doing validation studies, publishing papers, getting accolades for papers and all that. And we came up organically with this idea of a middle layer, platform, marketplace, whatever. And the reason, so one reason I was very happy to leave the family business and do this was because I've always liked buying expensive computers, right? And playing around with wires and stuff. So this gave me more of an opportunity to do that. But more than that, we saw nobody else in the world actually think of the solution in the way that we were thinking, right? And then it's like, wo ego pe aa jati hai baat ki, now I have to prove that my method is the right one. Right, something that even Naga maybe felt कि यार hardware plus software ही करेंगे. That is the right thing to do. I will do it, and I will do it and prove either myself right or everybody else wrong, whatever. So that was our approach. 2021, I left the family business, started K12 as an independent entity. We have been on the opposite journey. We have raised funds from day one. We are not profitable till now. No intention of being either, because we were building the infrastructure layer. And building a 2-sided marketplace. So you need to invest money on both sides. That's what we told ourselves. One thing I would say is that yes, if you are profitable, VCs will love you much more, especially today. And most importantly, you take away dependence on somebody else's conviction for the existence of your own idea, right? Because the moment you are profitable, time is not, you are not beholden to time. So if you can find a way of bootstrapping your venture while that round of investment comes, and always have it in the back of your mind that if all else breaks, I will come back to this default bootstrap way. It's a very powerful thing to have. That's my story.
Yeah, no, thanks. So as Chintan might have told you all in his workshop that he did, that there are these patterns that, did you talk about patterns? You didn't talk about, okay. So, you know, whenever you're following a trend or you're analyzing a trend, you start looking at patterns. What are the patterns that emerge? And as you listen to these stories, there are patterns emerging. The patterns that I can pick up is, one, you really have to believe in something. You know, you really have to believe that this is going to be big. Even if no one's talking about it, if no VC is backing it, I know. That's the quantum story. In 2019, that's the quantum story. You know, getting into AI and radiology, which even when the time when you started around 4 or 5 years back, it was a very, very nascent field, right? But you have to know that there's a future. So I think that in-depth understanding of the domain. The second pattern, you have to be a little bit stubborn. You know, you cannot, because there are more people that will tell you, do not do it, than there are people that will tell you, go ahead and do something crazy. Most people will say, please don't do it. So you really have to be a little stubborn, and you have to sort of focus on that. On that note, Sunita, you went from doctor to entrepreneur, and now you're also mentor to a lot of startups. What are some of the other things that a founder has to have in order to really build something that's not following the trend?
Well, I think I'll take off from what Vidir was talking about, funding or not, and we chose not to. And that was something everyone told us was crazy. Because you've all heard of OPM? Other people's money. So everyone would say, why don't you take OPM to build your business? And I was like, well, if we believe in our idea, then we're going to go with the OOM model, our own money model. So we basically, in healthcare, we felt that there are 3 reasons not to take money. One, if you take money too early, then you're building what your investor wants. Number 2, if you take too much money, you're chasing the returns rather than focusing on patient care and what the patient needs and what you should be doing. So those were 2 big reasons for us not to take it. The third, I think, was we were just too busy building our company. So we never even thought of raising money because we were so engrossed in the day-to-day of building out a company, of understanding who do you hire, what is HR, you know, how do I keep my finances in control, what do I do with this quality assurance question that's come up, what's the new thing that's happening. So I think as entrepreneurs, we just focused down on building it out. It's like almost like you're swimming and you don't come up for air. And perhaps raising funding would have taken all our energy of those years. So I would say our whole network thought we were really crazy because obviously the VCs were there and later the PEs. But we sort of held our own against that kind of push to take it. Mm-hmm. We have caved. Last year we did partial sale to private equity. But we were clear why also, because we wanted the scale that we could then sort of drive with them.
So Nag, what happens when a young founder has a really good idea, convinced, has done the research, convinced there's a market for it in the long term, but does not have their own money? What do you do in that case?
So the thing is, when the money matter comes, actually there is a risk. VC has a risk, even if you have friends and family or angels, they have a risk. They have to anchor somewhere saying that, okay, there is some possibility of this being successful. If an entrepreneur, whatever he does, like the convincing will come from different things. One is the person itself, then the market, then the sector he is in. But if you ask me that, most of the big companies came from the sector which doesn't exist. That's what we call it as a category leader. When the difficulty level of raising money goes when you are a category leader. Of course, if you have an idea where there is already category existing and they know that what are the steps A, B, C, and you are going to get into profitability and all, that's an easy investment for investor. That also depends on the founder or a founding team. But where the convincing and the conviction has to come from the founder is when he is a category leader, like something like Quantum or somebody doing a SpaceX. There you will face a lot of things that, because you can't help the other side. Other side has not done it before, not seen it before. So when they see it before, they don't know what to do, right? And only I hear like we raised a pre-series A round where SIDBI and Evernest was a fund. We raised 6.5. That's the first fund. After 4 years we raised, and 4 years we were profitable. They just told that I just saw you and just invested. Okay, so if the founder has that capability to convince, I think there is money to come. But you can understand the other side also. You have to understand the other side problem, that they are taking a risk and they want to see that risk is taken at a good shot. That's about it.
So how do you convince people that an idea which most VCs might not have heard about, or heard about sort of in very, very high level terms, is worth putting their money in? And I'll open that up to all three of you. Like, there are a lot of young founders and want to be founders in this room. What do they have to know that when they go in for these pitching sessions, especially for a new idea, how should they be presenting it?
So, two answers to the question. The first is, how do you start the business without having any of your own money or something? Typically one would be either in college or in a job. Let's take in the job situation. You need to find a cohort of, mentors or advisors or people who will believe in you before the VC, before you even quit your job. Right? Ideally, right? But there is a certain element of craziness in this whole thing. There is a certain element of risk in this whole thing. Assuming you are okay with all that, you start finding people, you start getting, soft commitments to a certain extent. Ki haan yaar, tum karoge to hum tumhare saath hain. It might be $5,000, might be $50,000, depending on the scale, etc. And saath you also start saving your own money. Right? At the end of the day, it is a money game. That is something that people have done very well, that by the time they actually quit their job and go into the startup full time, there are 4 or 5 people who have committed a certain set of money, and these are typically strategic people, right? They are like, once you have exhausted mummy, papa, uncle, auntie kind of route, you have people who can help you get those VC meetings, etc. The second thing I've seen a lot of people do really well is you do part-time jobs. Right? You quit your job, right? You're very passionate about it. You work 3, 4, 5 hours extra. Kam sona hi padta hai. That's the only thing. You just sleep less, right? You work hard, sleep less. But that's what this whole game is. So that's another thing people have done. On the VC meeting side, I have done now a lot of VC meetings, right? I wish there was a mantra that one could give in 3 minutes. But ideal thing is, if you, again, goes back to the same thing. One, depends on how hard you need the money, right? And VCs are very nice people, right? They don't, like, at least the ones that are on our cap table, etc., right? They are capitalists. They have given you the money because they want a return. If you understand their incentives and their thinking, you will be able to empathize with their actions much more. So, but single thing would be, when you go into the meeting, ideally, they should have a sense of what you are, where you are, etc., prior to the meeting. Generally, it will not be. It is their job to meet you, right? You have to understand that while it is your job to meet them, they are also there. Like, if you are going to be the next $1 billion unicorn thing and they miss you, their job is at stake. Right? कि यार वो आया था नागा pitch करने के लिए, वो quantum computer बना दिया उसने, तो 100,000 crores का तुम्हें लगा कि tie नहीं पहन के आया इसलिए, so there are always those things. So you have to, but the less dependent you are on the money at that point in time, the better, right? Which is where the whole profitability, etc. game comes in. Other than that, there are 100,000 videos on what to pitch and how to pitch, etc. I don't think yeah.
Sunita, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would agree with Vidhu that if you don't have money and you want to do a startup, keep your day job. I worked at Narayana. I ran the department there for 12 years while we were building our company. So I think especially if you don't have a fallback, it's okay to have a part-time or some job going. In terms of pitching, I now sit at the other end of seeing some pitches. I think it should be snippy, interesting, something that catches the investor, because normally they understand the market problem or the problem that you're trying to solve. But if that first slide can actually say what I am going to, I have this, and as you know, there's already a market problem. So one of the things when we finally decided we would do a part sale, we got our son to do a wrap for us, for the investors, and we sent that wrap as our first pitch. I'm happy to share it with you. So just something that will help, you stand out, and of course passion needs to come out. They can't see it as you're coming in there to make some money and exit. Most investors, of course they want to exit very quickly, but passion of a founder that you're around, you believe in what you've built or are planning to build, or you believe really strongly in your idea, goes a long way. Versus a ChatGPT generated pitch hoping to raise $50,000.
Yeah. Now so since we are talking about breaking the mold, yes, you need funding to break the mold. We've discussed that. We've discussed what are the options available, etc. Let's also talk about the other elephant in the room, right, which is a lot of mindset. So for example, you are using AI for radiology, and it's widely believed that, doctors don't believe in technology, doctors don't want to use technology. It's also believed that any technology that can replace people in the long run is going to be bad. So as you build out your business and you start commercializing it, how do you deal with these kind of mindset obstacles, if I may call it that? How do you change mindset?
I wish I knew. No, it comes down to the value proposition of your business, right? Like if you are able to articulate the value and then demonstrate the value of whatever it is that you're doing, right? I was part of the startup competition earlier today, and there's people doing design automation. So okay, it saves you 45% time, or it saves you this much money. So I think having a very strong and proven value proposition changes mindset the fastest, right? And as far as the doctors don't use technology piece is concerned, like doctors are, like most healthcare is today delivered over WhatsApp, right? Like most people just WhatsApp prescriptions and WhatsApp pictures of their injuries and all that. So it's not like folks are averse to technology. But AI brings with it a component of, since it is the AI summit, AI brings with it a non-deterministic element, right? AI makes unpredictable mistakes. Yeah, unlike a human, humans make predictable mistakes, right? Generally, blunders are not as many with humans. So that's where I think, and that's a problem.
And
I think
unpredictable mistakes in health
it can be devastating, right? It can be devastating. So that's where that adoption gap comes from. But if you have a very strong value proposition that you are able to demonstrate through a pilot at a good price point. So today I'm happy to say that, out of New Delhi, we are catering to 4 of the world's largest radiology providers, right? That are buying tech that is literally built like 10 kilometers from here. So on and so forth. So the idea is to have a strong value proposition. The mindset change, of course, there are books on change management that one can kind of implement. But yeah, without that value, it's nothing. Yeah.
I wonder if I can add to that, because being the doctor on the panel, I've got to defend my tribe. So it's not that doctors are averse to technology, but a lot of the technology makes it is a bit difficult right now for doctors. And I think AI, we are in that transition. So for instance, we have AI in our workflow and it's overcalling a lot of things. So a lot of the doctors said we're getting AI fatigue because everything is blinking and we don't know which one is accurate. So I think as it evolves, I see doctors will adapt more. So I think ease of technology, certainly for people who are not tech consumers naturally, can make a difference.
Now you're in the business of building quantum computers. By the way, his startup, QPI AI, right? QPI AI. His startup built India's first full-stack quantum computer. You started with 8 qubits? Then you went on to 16, 64, and now you're building 100, or now you're next year is 128, right? So this is amazing. This is something you cannot you would not have dreamed of, that sitting in India, a startup is building a full stack quantum computer. Now, when you started doing this, there was no market for quantum computers, right? We didn't even know what were the applications. How did you, because you started, bringing in revenue very early in the game, how did you convince people that this is something that they are going to use?
Yes. So what happened for us is, since I had an entrepreneur experience before, so the way I modeled the business is I had a software which should generate revenue immediately, and then I had a hardware research which can bootstrap on this and go for a long time. So that was a balancing act, and that gave the staying power. So in this kind of deep tech business, early few years, staying power matters a lot. So when any investor saw that it was looking more attractive than any other company of the same age, so and that gave them really convincing that, okay, he knows what he's talking. Okay, so that is very important, and that led to actually and one of the investors who invested in us, Uranus, had a mandate from their LPs to pick up a quantum company. Okay, so when the SIDBI invested in us, they immediately jumped in. So that's how it went on. The convincing power comes from really demonstration of something, okay, which says that, okay, so he knows what he's doing. It's like you believe your driver to drive safely. So it's like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think it boils down to ultimately, do you really know what you're doing? And how much deep can you go in to explain what you're doing? So I know we have less than a minute left. So lightning round this, you want very short answers. But if you had the opportunity to go back in time today and start again, would you make the same choices? And if not, what would you change? Very quick answers.
Choices same, yes. Method a little different. I would burn less money.
Okay. Good. Wise decision.
Do nothing different, exactly same.
Exactly the same?
Yes.
Awesome.
I have to say, I'm suffering from FOMO when I read about unicorns and boonicorns. So if I had to do it differently, I wouldn't be so invisible perhaps. We would have been a little more visible. And maybe having money, partners, gives you that network and visibility. So maybe not taking funding for so long kept us in the shadows, which shouldn't be the case. But learning. Yeah, I think I would have tried to be a little more visible and scale a little faster than we did if I had to do it again.
Wonderful. So with that, thank you very much to all three of you. Please give them a round of applause. And thank you, Anna.
Get a picture taken. Well, I thought we ended on a really profound point about not taking money and not being visible. You've just seen that what pushing the envelope looks like, what doing something disruptive looks like, what long gestation periods look like. And before I say one more line, I have to say that my apologies on behalf of Pratyush and on behalf of us also. Pratyush is stuck in Bharat Mandapam, he can't get out. So you know what's going on outside while being here on the inside. But India, as you know, stands at the cusp of the deep tech revolution with all the movement of the RDI fund and the Anusandhan National Research Foundation and all of that. And I think this panel and throughout the day, we have heard one message, that if you have solid chops and you are doing something really needed and disruptive, then I think nothing else matters. So I hope that message resonates in people deepening and strengthening their journeys. There is one last quick conversation, or a quick talk before we break for lunch, and that is going to be by Divya Hegde, who is going to tell us about Bayeru. Welcome, Divya. Let's give her a round.
Presentation. You start the presentation. Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Divya Hegde, and I come from a stunning place called Udupi. It's in coastal Karnataka. We're flanked by the Western Ghats on one side and the beautiful ocean on the other side. You know what's even more stunning? 11 million metric tons of plastic enters our Indian Ocean every year. Think of it as one truckload full of plastic entering the ocean every minute of every year. And less than 10% of this gets recycled. So the problem, every morning at about 4 a.m., fisherwomen haul mixed, tangled, wet plastic waste onto the harbor. This is brought in by fishermen in their boats. They may or may not sort it, weigh it, log it, and if it happens on paper, right? So what happens is this data rarely reaches brands that need to show recovery of plastics, recycling of plastics. It rarely reaches them on time. And by the time it reaches them, no one's in a position to believe it, right? What's happening is an integrity gap, hardly any traceability, all delayed, manual, potentially manipulated, right? And then the other thing that happens is execution gap. There's leakage at every stage of the handoff because of high contamination of this waste. It's mixed waste. It impacts the livelihoods of women that are working in waste work. So this is not just a cleanup problem. This is a trust problem. And as of 6 weeks ago, the Indian government decided to fix this problem. I'll tell you how. So the new solid waste management rules 2026, which was notified in Jan, I think 27th, it's coming into effect in April. For the first time, it is including harbors and ports under solid waste management rules. It is making mandatory a central database for waste verification and maintenance, and it is making it mandatory for fisheries companies, boats and fishermen to bring this plastic to authorized agencies. When it comes to blue economy, India's target is about $100 billion by 2030. That's a big market, and marine plastic is still a very big concern. And the marine plastic recycled market is one amongst the highest globally. When it comes to extended producer responsibility, brands need about 25% recycled content, but the supply chain is not traceable. Bayeru's AI platform is already building for exactly what these rules demand. So what if ocean recovery started with a fisherwoman and a smartphone? Here's where 3 layers converge. We built Vani, where a fisherwoman can directly, it's voice first AI, so she can directly talk into the phone in her own language, no language barrier, no typing, no literacy barrier, and Vani structures her data. Then you have waste intelligence, where the AI detects frauds, duplication, and multiplying of the same data. Finally, you have coast, which helps us execute at scale. So you're automating the SOPs, tasks, alerts, and nudges, and this helps us coordinate thousands of micro-entrepreneurs along the coast at the same time. This is how Beru works, from capturing to arresting leakage to GPS for logistics, operations where we are doing image recognition within our centers to figure out which brands are littering and how much plastics is coming into the ocean and back from the ocean. It ends with reporting and plastic credits. Today, in the plastic credits market, each plastic credit has a value of anywhere between $140 to $600. Imagine the amount of value that these women in waste are missing out on. This is some of the images of what we do. The women trace the waste. This even happens on coastal households and businesses. There's image recognition happening at the center as well. As a result of our work, we are turning the tide. Around 400,000 people are impacted by our work. We've diverted already 40,000 metric tons of waste from the ocean and landfills, and about 1,500 to 2,000 women earn regular predictable livelihoods because of this very work. We've unlocked government funds for infrastructure. We are a bootstrapped organization. Our income comes from waste management subscription, the intelligence layer, as well as sales of recyclables. But we have unlocked funds where we remain asset light and leverage the infrastructure of the government. And 90% women who work with us are now primary earners, and they've seen a 133% boost in their income. I've already mentioned about the business model. We have been recognized by national and international institutions, and we are, I believe, the first startup to be invited to join the Coalition for Sustainable AI Ocean Stream by UNEP, the French government department, and ITU. Our team, I'm Divya Hegde. I started my career in Google. Now I work in garbage. Guru heads our technology. We also have former government officers working with us because nobody knows the ground like them. Geeta heads our site operations, and Clive and Nipen and Saurabh contribute to design and technology, while Ashrita keeps the money flowing. So India has 7,500 kilometers of coastline, 13 coastal states. All these harbors need verified waste data. So we didn't build AI and then find a problem. We worked with the women on the shore and built AI for them. That's why it works. We're rooted in the ocean and led by women. Thank you.
Well, what should I say? God bless you. What a great idea. So we're at the tea break. We're about 10 minutes late. That does not mean that we will cut into your tea break. We have a 20-minute tea break. Let's promise to come back by 4:10. See you soon. Oh, 5:10, not 4:10, 5:10.
when technology is leveraged for greater good, it doesn't just change individual lives. It shifts entire communities, fostering empowerment and broader societal progress.
Artificial intelligence is reshaping how we learn, work, build, and live. But the truth is, intelligence is only as good as the people who shape it. If women make up half the world, yet hold only a fraction of AI roles, then the systems we are building are trained on incomplete perspectives. Today, only 84,000 out of 4.2 lakh AI ML operators in India are women. And where 1 in 3 entry-level AI professionals is a woman. By senior leadership, that number falls to just 1 in 5. This isn't just a diversity challenge, it's an engineering flaw. Models are stronger, fairer, and more accurate when more realities shape the data behind them. And that is why this movement matters.
Okay,
Across
well,
India,
thank
a
you very much for
powerful
coming
shift is
back.
underway.
We're
Women
ready
are
to
entering
go to the
AI,
next
upskilling fast,
segment.
and shaping real products and outcomes. Wired for impact. Women in India map.
We'll continue to show you some more tools that the government, some more tools and the initiatives that the government is building. This is in response to many of you saying in the pre-boot camp survey that you would like to be connected to resources and information about some of the things that are in the pipeline. And to do that, I'm going to invite Sachi Chopra, who is the program architect of the NITI Frontier Tech Hub, and she will tell us about Frontier Tech Hub repository. Welcome, Sachi.
Hi everyone, I'm Sachi from the NITI Frontier Tech Hub, and I'm so thrilled to be here today. It is a proud moment for all of us as India hosts the India AI Impact Summit, because this conversation is not just about technology. At its core, it's about tangible, measurable impact. This event embodies that commitment to amplifying the positive impact of AI. When we began our work at NITI conceptualizing initiatives for the NITI Frontier Tech Hub, we noticed something truly inspiring across India. Innovation was thriving everywhere, even in the smallest of districts, and most importantly, it was changing lives. The issue, however, was that this was happening in fragments and in silos. Beyond UPI, CoWIN, there are very few solutions that have truly seen population-level scale. And that is the biggest gap to solve for. For real impact, we must drive scale. So this is really what sparked the creation of the NITI Frontier Tech Repository. We wanted a one-stop showcase of India's tech impact stories, ones that inspire policymakers to adopt and scale proven solutions rather than having to reinvent the wheel. So when it came to choosing a partner to build this, there was no one better than one of India's most effective storytellers, the Better India team. Over the past few years, they have built a platform that has truly inspired action. We launched the repository last year in September, and today it's a living, evolving common pool of best practices with over 200 real, validated impact stories that are solving grassroots level challenges across sectors. Each of these anchors replicable and actionable models for scaling innovation. So when you log on to our website, this is what you'll see. Next slide, please. So as you see here, we've started with 4 key sectors: agriculture, education, healthcare, space, defense, and security. And each of these will house multiple stories showing how tangibly frontier tech deployment is solving real grassroots level challenges. The uniqueness of our platform truly lies in spotlighting the tangible impact of each of these stories. Let's dive into one of these and see exactly how that is happening. So let's go with education, for example. Upon landing on the sector, you will see that we've divided this up into subdomains, and there are multiple stories across each. Here you'll see the cumulative impact of all the impact stories for this sector. And scrolling further down, a curated set of stories for education. Let's pick any one of these. Tonk, for example. Now, this is a journey of how a very small district in Rajasthan is redefining learning outcomes in rural India. You will shortly see how every single case details out the problem being addressed, the bottlenecks, challenges that they faced, how they piloted, how they scaled, and most importantly, the impact. How many lives were changed, what efficiencies were gained, and so on. Now, this is a story of Dr. Soumya Jha. She is a former district magistrate of Tonk. She launched Padhai with AI. It's an AI-powered personalized learning platform which was built to tackle poor math learning outcomes in government schools. So when you reach the story and you scroll down, the first thing that you will see is the impact metrics. The beauty of this innovation is that within just the first 6 weeks, they were able to increase the class 10th math pass rates by almost 100%. When you scroll down further, you will be able to see the journey of Dr. Soumya, the bottlenecks, the impact, how they piloted, how they scaled. But the most exciting feature of all our stories is this tool right here. This is the build your own resources for replicability feature that we've built so that states and innovators have access to useful tools that clarify how each innovation was built, how they funded it, whether be it for pilot or for scale, what policies, what schemes did they access, what was the most helpful, who their tech partners were, and other operational details. All of this so that no one has to start from scratch. Here's a quick video of the build your own. You will see there are these predefined questions. We can pick any one of those. Let's go with the first one. So what you see here is a rich host of resources so that you do not have to reinvent the wheel. Now we've explored how you can peruse a story through one method, which is by sector. Let me show you two other ways that our repository helps you. One is actually, if you go to the home page, scroll further down, you'll reach the state spotlight. Here, you'll be able to access innovations by state. Another interesting method is actually using our in-house AI assistant. This is designed to give you actionable insights. It's not a static platform. It learns from every single submission. And you can ask it a question, and it returns practical, field-tested insights that are based on real deployments. You can also just use it to search for stories. This is an example of the same. So say if you want to look for 5 stories in agriculture, you can either go by sector or you can just ask our AI assistant. And this will keep evolving as more and more submissions are housed on our repository. So ultimately, the main goal of this platform is actually to provide easy access to policymakers to this growing common pool of best practices, as well as the resources for replicability, so that they can accelerate their journey to scaling impact. That is success for us. It is not about how many stories we house on our platform, but it is truly about how many of these become real. How many of these get adopted, and eventually how many lives can be changed with tech? To enable this, NITI Aayog has also been organizing multiple workshops for states and districts to build awareness, and we will continue to amp this outreach. We are also working on a challenge for districts to accelerate adoption. These details will be soon announced once finalized. So today we have over 200 of these real tech impact stories, and we hope soon that we'll showcase impact from all over India. And we also hope to provide startups with an aggregated platform to showcase their solutions, their impact to all states. So if you have a deployed solution, the first thing that we encourage you to do is start measuring its impact. We invite you to share your journey with us so that all states can see how you are using tech to improve lives and livelihoods. If you want to be a part of the NITI Frontier Tech Repository ecosystem, please feel free to reach out to us on this email ID. I've also added my personal details if you need absolutely any support through the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sachi, and thanks for keeping us on time as well, bringing us back on time. Well, if you're NITI Aayog, you have an interesting problem. That problem is that you put out a policy directive, and then you wonder what happens to it at times, right? You say, well, in AI we should do X, Y, Z, and then you are wondering whether people are doing X, Y, Z. A platform like this, it begins to close that feedback loop. So it is a really, really important platform. I hope you decide to put your stories up on it so that we can all learn together. With that, we're going to go to education. We're going to do a quick spotlight by Ranjini Nalla, who will tell us about AI for K12 entrepreneurs. Ranjini, yeah. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Yeah.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and to the amazing student entrepreneurs at the back of the room, kudos, well done. My name is Rajni Nalla. I'm the founder and CEO of Truecity. I stand before you with 20 years of experience across 3 domains: technology, education, and banking. But today, I'm here as an educator and a mother of 2 young boys, 12 and 9, quite a handful, to bring to you these stats that are of utmost importance in the education field. You take UNICEF, UNESCO, all the World Economic Forum, 65% of children entering into primary school today will end up in jobs that do not yet exist. 7 out of 10 youth are going to be disengaged. 53% of Indian secondary school students will graduate by 2030 without 21st century skills. And globally, less than 10% of schools have a structured curriculum for AI readiness and future-ready skills. So, that formed the basis for us to launch Truecity back in 2019. Now, we launched as the first skill tech platform in the UAE, headquartered in Dubai. We have an office in Hyderabad now, in India, as a platform that focuses on developing 21st century skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, financial literacy, digital literacy, communication, collaboration, enabling them to develop solutions for existing real-world problems. Now, it was not just about teaching or training them on the skills. How do they apply these skills to real-world problems? Our flagship program is Truepreneurs, where the students go through innovation, entrepreneurship, and communication. We do a pitch event, we pick a winner, we fund the winner, we help them to product develop and launch in the market. We've been doing that for the last 5 years, delivered over 100,000 sessions, incubated over 1,000 plus ideas. And to share a few success stories, these are our students who've already raised funding, developed products, launched in the market. Imagine if you're a 17, 18-year-old, your idea is converted into a product at an actual store. And then we got thinking, how do we ensure that we scale this impact? What do we do? We then went on to develop, build, and launch the world's first knowledge-grounded AI entrepreneurship platform structured for K12, backed by frameworks and a curriculum that's developed by us for financial literacy and entrepreneurship. Now, what does it typically do? It enables students to brainstorm with the AI mentors across 3 different phases: entrepreneurship, innovation, and communication. But the difference is, in simple English, you're not speaking to a ChatGPT. The patent that we hold is for the knowledge layer that we created in order to ensure that the conversation is age-appropriate, it's relevant to the topic, and it's grounded in a curriculum that is appropriate for K12. What does it offer? Yes, AI mentors who think like founders. You have hyper-personalized feedback that is given because each idea is unique, so you need to get feedback along the way. And you have a knowledge engine that proven depth, which simply means that you have a curriculum that guides you, but it doesn't give you the answers directly, but it's also mapped to the real-world data or the real-world industry trends that are happening, and it will give you a guidance to ensure you build a scalable solution. An automated portfolio generator gives you a complete digital asset that you can use in order to show as evidence of your skills. The rubric-driven assessment engine, well, success has to be measured, competencies have to be measured, and that is exactly what it does across 50,000 parameters that we've trained the model on. A student journey is typical. We ensure that you have, either you can create your own idea, or you can work on an industry-assigned problem. Imagine we have middle and high school students working on AWS problem statements or a Tesla problem statement. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Now, going forward, they understand the solution, test the feasibility of the solution, and then they ensure that they go into entrepreneurship where they build the business and financial model, wherein they understand CapEx, OpEx, what is the break-even point, how do you do financial forecasting, and then move on to creating a comprehensive pitch deck and a pitch, which is then scored by the platform and picked for funding and incubation. Value for students in schools? Yes, for students specifically, you would have a digital asset portfolio which you can submit for great Ivy League school university applications. Or if you want to pursue your passion, then yes, you can join our incubator in order to start your startup journey. And number 3, most importantly, it builds an entrepreneurial mindset with the kind of skills that you need in order to succeed in life. And for schools, yes, it positions you as someone who is integrating 21st century skills into your framework. It bridges academia, industry, and startup ecosystems, enabling you to really bridge that gap that we're all working towards. Our differentiation, these are all the industry partners we have. We do work with governments and schools. It's a progressive curriculum from grade 6 to grade 12. Our market opportunity is huge across IB, UK, American, and Indian. And our vision in the next 5 years is to ensure that we target at least or drive that impact across at least 1 million students in the world. And I'd love to give you a product demo. Sound, please. And that's coming up.
Entrepreneurs.ai. For decades, we thrived in the information age. But the future is calling us forward into the age of AI, human knowledge, and creativity.
Introducing Truepreneurs AI, the platform designed to build the skills you need to lead. Master complex problem solving, critical thinking, and unleash your creativity.
Develop sharp entrepreneurial thinking and financial literacy.
And flawless pitching skills.
Our platform guides you step by step to solve real-world problems, giving you real-time feedback. Gain access to your AI-driven workforce, coaches and mentors in innovation, entrepreneurship, marketing, and pitching.
Are you ready to be a Truepreneur and develop your own skills? If you want to build a better future, join Truepreneurs.ai today.
Welcome to the future of entrepreneurial learning. While most platforms offer generic advice, Truepreneurs.ai is the world's first knowledge-grounded ecosystem designed specifically for the next generation of founders, innovators, and positive change makers. Using advanced AI, you can create your own ideas and work on industry or school-assigned challenges. We'll show you how to turn these ideas into market-ready ventures. It starts with our multi-agent AI mentors. Unlike standard chatbots, these agents are grounded in industry data and TrueCity's proprietary curriculum. Whether you're talking to a specialist in market research or financial modeling, you're receiving expert-level guidance that is factually accurate and contextually relevant to your specific query. Every great idea needs a benchmark. Our rubric assessment engine evaluates your work at every stage. Aligned with international curriculums like UK, IB, Indian, American, and UAE standards, the engine maps your responses against defined competencies. It doesn't just say, good job. It gives you a granular breakdown of exactly where you stand and what you need to improve through hyper-personalized feedback. Moving from theory to reality is where most students get stuck. Truepreneurs.ai simplifies this with AI prototyping. By describing your solution, the platform helps you visualize user flows, map out app logic, and build functional drafts. It turns weeks of design work into minutes of rapid iteration. Success is measurable. The platform provides comprehensive AI assessment data that tracks skills across various domains. In addition to student performance reports, the platform also offers curriculum-aligned reports to track progress and impact. Truepreneurs.ai is more than a platform. It's a launch pad. It's where creativity meets professional rigor. Visit our website today and let's work together in transforming today's learners to tomorrow's leaders.
So one of the proverbs or one of the sayings that I truly stand by is the best way to predict the future is to create it. So join our journey as we build the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and positive change makers. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rajni. Rajni is here all the way from Dubai with us to tell us the story. So let's give her one more round of applause just for the enthusiasm and commitment to be here with us. Well, this is such an important story because there's this one number that many of you are familiar with, that in the next 20 years, 1 in 5 workers all around the world is going to be an Indian. So what we do with our children in school and what they do in terms of being able to create jobs is going to really, really, really matter. With that, well, Rajni also called out the young entrepreneurs at the back. You've heard the buzz the entire day. There's a lot of excitement about what they're building, and we're going to hear from 4 of them, one after the other. So format for this is that I'm going to call upon one of them. They'll come to the other podium, tell their story. I will ask them one question, and then I'll call upon the next one. Okay, let's get started. We're going to hear first from Vivan. He'll tell us his story, which I find really fascinating.
So I have a video to showcase, and before I showcase that video, I'd just like to say something. So I'd like everyone here to close your eyes, just really quickly, and imagine exiting this very hall that you're in. I know that even if it's for a moment, you would feel a little bit of uncertainty. Everyone can open their eyes now. Now imagine someone who has to cook like that. Imagine someone who has to rely on a caregiver to cook and do an everyday task. Imagine someone who has to rely on someone else for their own confidence and dignity. Now stop imagining, because that is the reality for 35 million Indians. Can the video be shown now?
Hi, I'm Vivan Bajoria, and this is a cooking spoon known as NITI AI to help visually impaired people cook. What can you see in the spoon, and how can I use it in poha?
It looks like there's some butter or ghee on the spoon.
So this is step 1 of the recipe, where I'll add the butter onto the wok. What can you see in the spoon, and how can I use it in a poha recipe after I've added the hot butter onto the pan?
After adding the hot butter to the pan, you can add these mustard seeds.
Time for step 2, where I will add the mustard seeds onto the pan. ये क्या है और इसका कितना चम्मच डालना है?
यह पोहा राइस है. पोहा बनाने के लिए आमतौर पर 1 कप पोहा उपयुक्त रहता है. इसे अच्छी तरह से धोकर थोड़ी देर के लिए पानी में भिगो दें, ताकि ये नरम हो जाए. फिर छानकर इसका इस्तेमाल करें.
ये क्या है और इसका कितना मात्रा यूज करना है, हिंदी में बोलिए.
ये हल्दी पाउडर जैसा लग रहा है. पोहा बनाने के लिए आप लगभग 1/4 चम्मच हल्दी पाउडर का उपयोग कर सकते हैं. इसे प्याज और अन्य मसालों के साथ मिलाएं, ताकि पोहा को सुंदर रंग और स्वाद मिले.
What ingredient can you see in the spoon, and how much of it do I need to add to poha?
This looks like peanuts. For poha, you can add about 2 tablespoons of peanuts.
2 tablespoons of peanuts. ये क्या है और इसका कितना चम्मच डालना है?
ये चम्मच में लाल मिर्च पाउडर जैसा दिख रहा है. पोहा में तीखापन बढ़ाने के लिए आप इसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं. लगभग 1/4 चम्मच का उपयोग करें. या अपने स्वाद के अनुसार कम ज्यादा भी कर सकते हैं.
The poha that you can see, is it done cooking?
The poha looks mostly cooked, but to ensure it's done, check if it's soft and has absorbed the flavors. It should be heated through without being mushy. If it's still a bit firm, you might want to sprinkle a little water and let it steam for a minute or 2.
So what NITI.ai does right now is that it identifies common ingredients and spices through a camera pointed at a spoon or a surface. And it can also estimate quantity and measurement, like for example, if I take a tablespoon or a teaspoon. And it also helps the user with recipes using short-spoken prompts and provides any safety precautions that are needed. Yeah.
Great. Well, what do you think? I have one question for you, Vivan. At what stage are you, irrespective of this video, and what can this wonderful crowd do for you?
So I'll answer that question in 2 parts. So in 3 to 5 years, I see NITI.ai as a small family of assistive kitchen tools. You know, there's already the smart spoon. There'll also be a pan sensor and an app-based ecosystem which is used by visually impaired people, low vision seniors, and institutions like community kitchens or inclusive cafes like NITI Cafe that's right outside. And what I need from this room is, as you saw in the video, that was me, a fully abled person showing my product in use. So the reason I'm here is that I need a structured 8 to 12 pilot with 15 to 20 visually impaired users. This would be across home kitchens, inclusive cafes, and this would test whether the spoon actually reduces accidents. Also, I'd love help with hardware, regulatory, and manufacturing mentorship and support to fund and run the pilot so I can refine fast and scale responsibly. And I want to leave you with one thought. Is empathy still as unimportant as it was voted to be? I hope I change your answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vihan. Well, you know, if you're involved in assistive tech movement of our nation, you would feel that India stands at a cusp of like a UPI type of a moment of doing something really amazing in assistive technologies. We don't have the time to talk about it, but this area of visual impairment in kitchen is relatively unattended. So this is beautiful to see this solution. With that, let's invite Donna.
Hello everyone, I'm Donna Chitwal. I'm studying at Vasant Valley School in 9th grade, and I'd like to begin by stating that right now, billions of plastic bottles exist in the world with no future, and millions of young people wear clothes that say nothing about who they are or what they even care about. So we ask, what if we could turn waste into intelligent fashion, and clothing could carry data, meaning, and impact? So let us show you. Could you please play the video, please?
Eco-threads began as more than a sustainable fashion, a Gen Z movement transforming discarded plastic into clothing that carries identity, emotion, and what each piece carries mental well-being messages, reminders to breathe, belong, and be seen. What we wear reflects how we feel and what we stand for. Behind every eco-thread garment is a real circular journey. Plastic collected, shredded, spun into yarn, woven into fabric and stitched by skilled workers in dignified production environments. Waste becomes material and material becomes livelihood. This youth-led circular movement has been recognized by CBSE, the United Nations and the Harvard University. But across this life cycle, impact remained invisible. There was a gap. Recycling, production and use happened. Yet none of it was connected, measured or felt by the wearer. So eco-threads evolved into an AI-powered lifecycle intelligence system. Each garment becomes a living data node, carrying a unique digital identity that connects material origin, workers' dignity, production history, and real-world use into one continuous intelligent loop. AI doesn't just track the garment, it reveals its story, its impact, and its human journey. With a single scan, AI translates this lifecycle into personal meaning. Bottles recovered, carbon avoided, and how long the garment lives with its wearer. Climate action becomes visible, emotional, and owned. For Gen Z, sustainable shifts from abstract responsibility to livid identity. Across thousands of garments and wearers, AI learns usage patterns, encourages longer wear through behavioral nudges, and transforms individual actions into collective circular intelligence. Our generation doesn't wear sustainability. It sees, measures, and grows it. Eco-thread, where AI makes circular fashion measurable, human, and alive.
Thank you so much. Could you please move back to the presentation? Okay, perfect. So, plastic today is tracked poorly, recycled inefficiently, and consumed blindly. At the same time, fashion has zero transparency. People don't know where the clothes are made from, what the impact they made, who even made them. And Gen Z, the most conscious generation, still has no simple way to measure their personal sustainability footprint through what they wear. So the system is broken in three ways. Number one, waste without tracking. Number two, fashion without transparency. Number three, impact without visibility. So eco-threads turn plastic into traceable, intelligent fashion. We convert discarded plastic bottles into recycled fibers and garments. But innovation lies in what comes next. Each eco-thread t-shirt and bag carries embedded well-being messages. 2, a unique QR identity. 3, a digital impact profile. When scanned through our app, the garment becomes data. It shows plastic diverted, water saved, carbon reduced for that exact piece. So every t-shirt becomes a measure of sustainability unit. So we're not just producing clothes, we're creating a trackable impact asset. So this physical model shows our circular system, from plastic collection to fibers to fabric to garment to messaging to QR tagging, and finally digital impact layer. So this QR code connects the physical product to its digital twin in our platform. So waste transformation becomes visible, verifiable, and scalable. So in EcoThreads, material flow and data flow move together. So our EcoThreads app is where AI and behavior meet, where users scan their t-shirts, see their personal impact world, and over time the system builds their sustainability profile. How much plastic they diverted, how much water they've saved, how much fashion footprint they have reduced. This turns passive consumers into measurable contributors. And because impact is visible and cumulative, users return to grow their impact score. So clothing becomes engagement, and engagement drives circular economy. So EcoThreads already demonstrates that fashion can be circular in material, transparent in data, and meaningful to the wearers. But the real potential is scale, where millions of garments become measurable sustainability nodes. At the point that fashion stops being waste, it becomes infrastructure. So today, most clothes tell you size and brand, but EcoThreads tells you the impact. It tells you what you saved. It tells you what you prevented. It tells you what you stand for. Because in the future of fashion, you won't just be wearing fabric. You will be showcasing data, responsibility, and identity. So please do scan the QR code on the slide to view our app. Thank you so much.
So Donna, thank you so much. The same question for you as V1. At what stage are you, and how can this crowd help you?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. So we're currently at the functional prototype and early adoption stage. So EcoThread garments are already being produced, QR tagged with impact identities, and demonstrated through our working models and apps. So now the key step is to scale. So EcoThreads turns everyday clothing into measurable climate action. But adoption has to move beyond the individual buyers. We're seeking partnerships with schools, institutions, organizations who can integrate EcoThreads into uniforms, merchandise, or even events. So when communities choose EcoThreads, every garment becomes traceable environmental impact at scale. And we'd love to experience this firsthand. So please do visit our stall, see our products, scan these garments, and explore the impact story behind each piece. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rana. You may come join V1 here. And circularity, again, an enormous opportunity for India. If some of you have had the opportunity to live with tribal populations of this nation, you will know the way they understand the inputs and outputs patterns of of the nature and how circular they are. I mean, some of the things that we know about circularity that can go global is mind-boggling. With that, let's go to the third speaker. Let me invite Nora on the stage. Welcome, Nora. Let's give her a round. Don't be stingy. This is...
Hello, everyone. I'm Nora Chatwal. I'm studying also in grade 9 from Vasant Valley School, and my project is Breadline Delhi. So, let me just start it. So, an ambulance sound is starting. That sound is the sound of urgency. But in Delhi, during school hours, what you see, it often becomes the sound of helpless waiting. Because outside our schools, what happens is traffic doesn't just slow down, it stops. And when traffic stops, time stops. Traffic stops and time stops for children crossing roads, for parents stuck in queues, and sometimes even an ambulance trying to save a life. Today, we want to change that moment. Next slide, please. So here's the problem. This model, it represents a real situation outside our school in southwest Delhi. Every day and at opening and dispersal, vehicles, they stop randomly, the honking rises, the roads get blocked, and the children, they weave between moving cars, which is very dangerous. There is also a hospital nearby, so the ambulances, they share the same congestion which is there. This happens twice a day, daily. outside hundreds of schools in Delhi and in the entire world. But the most important thing is that this chaos is not random. It happens at predictable times, at predictable places, in predictable patterns, and yet we manage it like unexpected traffic. Now, let me show you the solution. Red Line Delhi. So, if you would see, you can scan the QR code. Red Line Delhi, it creates a smart safety zone around every school during peak hours. So, this is a model, and you can see the red line zone around it. In our model, this glowing red circle represents a 200 to 300 meter red line. So here's what happens. Before the school time, the AI, it analyzes the traffic patterns, it analyzes the school schedules and the past data to predict the congestion risk. So if the risk is high, the temporary red line, it rules automatically they start. So there would be no honking, no random stopping, clear emergency lanes, and guided entry and exit rates. So, parents, they would receive route and timing suggestions on their phone. The traffic police, they would easily be able to see the congestion live risks on a dashboard. The schools, they would be able to manage gates efficiently, and the ambulances, they'll be able to reach the hospitals on time and very easily. So instead of reacting to chaos, instead of reacting to the congestion, we actually prevent it before it starts. Now, this is the Red Line app interface if you can all scan the QR code. So it shows the active red line timing, it shows the safest arrival route for everybody, it shows the congestion alerts, the gate assignments, and the emergency corridor status. So the whole thing is accessible. For the parents, it reduces the waiting. For schools, it improves the flow. For police, it gives real-time decisions and action which they should do. And for ambulances, it keeps movements clear. So it's literally life-saving. Now, if we go on to the impact in the next slide, if Red Line Delhi is implemented across school zones, then Delhi can actually achieve measurable impact, measurable success. There'd be less honking, there'd be less noise pollution, air pollution, safer crossings near gates, faster ambulance movements, reduced traffic jams at fixed hours, less manual traffic deployment too. And the most important thing is that children, they can go to school without the fear. They can go to school and actually study for it. So Red Line Delhi in scalability is affordable and scalable. You see, it already uses the existing cameras, it uses the existing traffic data and the school schedule. So there's no infrastructure which is required, there's no permanent construction which is required, and no road design, which means it can expand, which means it can be really easily scalable, and it can go from one school to every school across Delhi and the entire world. You see, every day in our city, we draw red lines to protect our monuments. We draw red lines to protect our borders. Now I ask, why can't we draw a red line to protect our children of the future? Red line doesn't just stop traffic. It stops danger before it even predicts. It stops it before it starts. Because a smart city is not defined on how fast cars move, it's not defined on how good the GDP it is, but by how safely a child they reach school. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Same question for you. Where do you stand, and what can this crowd do for you?
Amazing. So thank you so much for that question. What I would say, we are right now on the working model and prototype and app stage. So we have done and we have created the red line concept. We have created the working model and the initial app interface. So the next step, it would be to actually test it out and implement it, pilot it in a real school traffic peak hours environment. So what I would like from this amazing audience would be collaboration. Collaboration from schools, collaboration from traffic authorities to urban mobility experts, so we can actually pilot Red Line Delhi at peak hours and also validate its impact. We would love mentorship from professionals and traffic planning professionals and AI, so we can also tweak and refine the app, and so we can make it deployment ready. So I think at the end of the day, if Red Line Delhi has the right guidance, we are going to be able to pilot it and make a small solution which has started from one school and scale it to the entire world. Because in the end of the day, Red Line Delhi, if you can predict a chaos, then you can prevent the chaos altogether. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nora. And is there anything you can tell about Nora and Donna? They're twins. Imagine the level of inclusion this summit has sought. Well, welcome. You can please join your very own sister. And we will now hear from one more young entrepreneur. Let me invite on stage Pavani. And let's give her a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. I am Pavani Kapoor. I'm a student from class 11 at Vasant Valley School. Our school gives us the opportunity to be change makers. We're encouraged to take ownership of our own learning and explore these real-world problems. This environment is what allowed us to even think about building something like VV Vitals. Let's come to the problem. While visiting school infirmaries and medical rooms, we noticed a small but important gap. Many school health systems were designed for a much different time, a time that existed 10 years ago. They work for documentation, but they don't work for early detection, trend insights, and microanalysis. The issue here isn't lack of care, it is outdated infrastructure. Let me describe to you a hypothetical situation. Years ago, a student visits their school medical room for a routine health checkup. Their heartbeat is noted as irregular, but because this manual information flows so slowly through these processes, the insight reaches the family much later. This delay isn't due to negligence or intent. It happens because these paper-based systems don't allow patterns, urgency, or visibility. That is the gap that VV Vitals is trying to fill. Let's transition to our solution. With a system like VV Vitals, health information would not depend on registers or paperwork. Data would be logged instantly in a matter of seconds, and patterns would surface early. This allows the right people to act sooner. VV Vitals is an AI-powered health management platform for schools. It logs nurse visits in seconds and creates personalized student health profiles for each student. Over time, all of these individual visits that a school nurse would log turn into meaningful health data. At the core of VV Vitals is an AI-powered assistant designed to support the sister and not replace a health professional. It includes a triage mode that helps assess these symptoms faster and more consistently. The system also generates professional parent notes and summarizes student health profiles automatically. As more data is logged, VV Vitals detects early micro-trends and class-level clusters. It can forecast seasonal health risks and highlight issues before they escalate into much bigger outbreaks. This shifts schools from reactive care to proactive planning. VV Vitals also improves communication with families because the most important thing between a parent and a school is trust. Automated updates keep parents informed, and a secure login allows them to view their child's health information directly. This reduces administrative workload while improving transparency and trust. Moving on to the impact slide. On a micro level, VV Vitals improves day-to-day student well-being at the surface. Schools can respond faster, identify recurring issues, manage these seasonal health illness cycles that take place every year. This leads to healthier environments and stronger school-family relationships. Moving on to the macro scale impact, VV Vitals can scale beyond just individual schools. Aggregated insights can support district-level planning and broader public health awareness. It lays the foundation for future child health intelligence systems. Lastly, VV Vitals doesn't just digitize health records, it turns everyday nurse visits into actionable intelligence. By strengthening existing systems with data and artificial intelligence, VV Vitals helps schools see earlier and act smarter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Same question for you. Where do you stand and how can this crowd help you?
Currently, our product VV Vitals is at the prototype stage, and what we would like from the wonderful crowd sitting here is feedback, mentorship, and opportunities to pilot VV Vitals in real school settings.
All right, super. Well, I think, the faster you can respond to health issues, the better our nation is. And you are contributing to that, so congratulations. I think we're expected to, all four of us, to take a picture here. And then I'm expected to come back to this podium. Okay, we're in the final stretch. Why don't we do a stretch? Why don't you stand up and do a quick stretch, and I'm going to ask you a question. 2 quick questions. This picture, Pandita Ramabai's. How many of you think that the entire picture is AI? Nobody's hazarding that guess, because I think last time that wasn't the answer. Eh? So what about who thinks that the background is AI? Okay. Okay, and who thinks that the foreground, the person, is AI? Okay, roughly equal. Okay, the answer is background is AI and the foreground is the real person's photo. Okay, one more. We'll do one more. Feel free to stretch as you do that. How about this one? Maya Angelou's picture. How many of you think the entire thing is AI? You did instruction and then rendered and it renders and all that. Yeah. No tricky elimination business, okay? Yeah, okay. What about the background is AI? Okay. What about the foreground is AI? Okay, fewer votes for that. The answer is everything is AI. Okay, let's sit down. Let's go to a few more stories, and then we will invite Anna to tell us the winners of the top 10 teams. Okay, so the next story comes from Gautami, and she is going to tell us about Acquirex autonomous systems. Gautami, welcome to the podium. Let's give her a round of applause.
So very good evening everybody present here. Firstly to all the students who pitched before this, my kudos to all of you. You're going to make something great by the time you're off graduating. Because I started something like that immediately after graduation, soon after completing engineering. Had this thought, we want to build products from India to the world. And that's how Acquirex Autonomous Systems was started, with a vision to build. So that's how Acquirex was started, with a vision to design and develop most sophisticated autonomous vehicle technology to conquer the ocean of opportunities. So today, if you look at the problem, even the smallest of the smallest inspection in the offshore environment takes a biggest of the biggest ships deployed. And that causes a huge operational and capex in the projects. And even today, we send our divers to do our underwater inspection, repair, and maintenance. And day by day, the death rate of divers and the skilled divers availability is declining. This is where we bridge the gap with the most sophisticated autonomous technologies, which can bring down the cost of operation, manpower involved, and carbon dioxide emission back into the water by 80%. These are the industries that we cater to, starting from marine borders and exclusive economic zones, subsea cables, submarine cables, and hydrocarbon, oil and gas, shipping, ports, harbor, and defense and security, of course, and environmental. Now, most of these use cases or the industries that I spoke about deals in this 4 categories. One is survey and site intelligence, then asset inspection and asset integrity, then we have execution and intervention jobs underwater, then we have asset intelligence. Now, large part of this is done within a payload capability of 5 to 12 kgs, and that's exactly where we are catering into. So that's the team. My name is Gautami. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Acquirex. And Jitendra is a founder and CTO of Acquirex. 2 classmates started this immediately after graduating. with no experience working in any corporate, not building a startup was our thing. We figured out our way. Now we stand strong. We are one of the IDEX winners. We work with Indian Navy. We work with Israel Aerospace Industries, and one of the startups that got selected for New Spear, International Accelerator Program. And we are well known now in the domain and across the stakeholder community. That's our technology. It's first of its kind, autonomous, amphibious drone. So this is the first kind of its vehicle which can transition from air to underwater and underwater to air. So this can do your dual domain ISR activities, and we actively work with defense applications for this. And this is a commercial vehicle, Nexer. Nexer is first of its kind, hovering autonomous underwater vehicle, where we bring autonomy layer to the inspections jobs that are done today. This can operate both with inbuilt batteries and externally powered Theta systems, can give you up to 6 hours of endurance, can carry a payload up to 10 kgs, and also currently we are in a TRL 8 stage. We have done some of the deployments, and the depth rating is 300 meter. This can go all the way up to 300 meter down and do your inspection, surveillance, or search or reconnaissance activities. That's the recent deployment. We cracked one of the largest oil and gas company to work with, and you won't believe this is just a prototype. We don't even have a fully ready production level product, but we navigated that journey. We got our first big client and we deployed it real time with the client site, and the first sea test happened directly in the site of the client. We never did a sea trial before we take it to the site location. The entire team was, finger crossed to pray for the vehicle to not blast inside or get compressed. But we believed in our engineering, we believed in our team's work that has gone in last 1 year, and we successfully completed the project. And on the right hand side, what you see is the images captured by the vehicle. That's a pipeline clamp general visual inspection that we did. And this is a video, because it's a PDF, I'm not able to play the video here, but I can connect and show you the video later on. And yes, this is where the AI comes. We are not an AI software company, but we work a lot on physical AI. Now, AI that moves physical robotic systems. Now, if you see, our drones collect a lot of data, right? It could be a camera, it could be sonar, it could be acoustics. Now, the large part of the time goes in processing this data and making sure the data that you process gives reliable, compliance-ready reports and insights. That's what Deep Nimbus does for offshore teams. Reduces the speed, increases the speed, efficiency, and collaboration between the offshore teams, and helps create digital twin of your seabed, helps do predictive maintenance of your underwater assets, and helps the teams do QA QC on a real time on the platform. And whatever you're seeing is a seabed map, different color, talks about different depth patterns, and this is relayed directly on the Google Earth. So if you don't need to render the whole sonar data to actually go and understand what's there in the data. We make it simple, easy to visualize the ocean data on the Google Earth. So when you open your project directly on the Google Earth, you will be able to see, just like how you see on Google Maps, you'll be able to see the location, the depth details, the volume details, helps in dredging construction operations, and also helps in your understanding of your navigation charts for shipping lines. So now we are also building an asset integrity platform. The problem is data. No matter how many synthetic data you create, unless you don't have a real asset inspection data, you will never be able to make responsible AI systems or models to give you predictable maintenance results. So the upcoming projects in pipeline is, as we have 2 products already where we deal with inspection. Now we have won one of the project with Karnataka state government to develop Aqua Groomer. Aqua Groomer is an autonomous hull cleaning robot where we provide end-to-end service by doing inspection as well as cleaning of your marine growth of the hull. which usually results in 10 to 20% of reduction in the fuel consumption by ships. So this is the ongoing project that we are doing. And yeah, so we have been awarded, we were being part of Idea Bars. Idea Bars is a reality show in Z5 where we got all 5 Titan deal, and things are good, yeah. And yes, so we were young achiever in our alma mater, got all 5 Titan deal, recognized by HDFC Tech Innovator. That's our Honorable Defense Minister meeting us in a stall. Top 4 cohort startups in IIN Newsphere. Top 50 Blue Robotics startups that was selected last year. And we also were backed by some of the marquee investors like Rainmatter, Zerodha, Prime, Visor, India Accelerator. And we have recently closed our $1.5 million funding round. With that, thank you so much for listening to me patiently. Happy to connect, network, guide, mentor for students if required, and learn from people who have already done things. Open to questions, if there are any. Yeah, thank you.
Oh my God, how was that? Well, what an incredible problem statement to go after. Really terrific, mazag, really. Awesome. So I think this is where India's edge is. Let's hear from one more entrepreneur. I'm going to invite on stage Shweta Sinha. She will tell us about Roshni AI by Dharma Life. Welcome, Shweta. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. It's been a really interesting day seeing all the solutions that everybody have brought here, and I hope I'm going to excite you as much as I am excited to present Roshni AI. So I'm here representing Dharma Life. Dharma Life builds scalable solutions for people and planet. Over the past decade, we've built a trusted human network of 25,000 rural women entrepreneurs over 45,000 villages. Today, we are embedding AI into that network, creating an infrastructure that supports women and girls at scale. So what is the biggest problem that most of our women and girls face in rural India? The AI divide disproportionately affects rural women and girls. Young girls face literacy gaps and language barriers that limit their learning confidence. Women entering workforce encounter so much of information, and that too in a language that they do not speak. And teachers, they lack tools to track progress effectively. Only 22% of AI jobs globally go to women. And without deliberate inclusion, this gap will only widen. What advantage? The advantage that we bring is structural. We operate through a decade-old network of 25,000 rural women across 15 states, which impact 15 million lives. These women are digital change makers. They're trusted community leaders and real-time market connectors. They are the human distribution layer. Roshni AI is the intelligence layer on top of it. Together, we create a trusted, data-rich ecosystem that supports women, children, and especially girls where they live and in their own language. Roshni is a 24/7 voice-first AI, a learning companion that is embedded directly into the platform that the rural communities already use. It supports major Indian languages in both text and voice, so that the girls can learn in their own languages, in the language that they think in. It personalizes learning paths based on each student's strengths, their interests, what is their learning level, what are their What is the language that they think in, talk in? It provides real-time dashboards to teachers to track every student's progress. And it continuously improves through field feedback and the usage data. This is not a standalone app. It is embedded in the infrastructure for the women and children that they already are familiar with. So if you see, Roshni operates in a 3-step architecture. First, it creates a personalized baseline. What it does is that it makes an initial assessment of the child, and builds a profile of what are their strengths, what are the gaps, what are the challenges they face, what is the language that they prefer to work in. Second, it creates an adaptive guidance based on the profile that they created, and it provides 24/7 support in the learner's own language, adjusting complexity as they progress through the learning journey. And third, measurable impact. Learning progress is tracked over time, and teachers receive structured dashboard insights. The core engine is a continuous feedback loop. Every interaction strengthens the system, improving outcomes for both women and children. How do we measure this impact part? We are in the impact industry. How do we measure it? We measure outcomes rigorously through a results-based financing framework. Here you see a real learner journey. There's a baseline video assessment. There are written samples showing progression and an inline evaluation. This structured evidence measures accountability for learning outcomes for these girls. Here's an example of what we see as the output. So this output is measurable and transparent. The AI generates a dashboard with the individual's progress. Progress report captures the completion and engagement trends. It gives a qualitative summary which assesses comprehension and confidence growth. In our pilot, we recorded a 50% average learning gain across cohorts, tracking reading fluency, comprehension, and confidence among the girls. When it comes to AI, there's a lot of talk about online safety, digital safety. For us, child safety is non-negotiable. Our framework rests on 3 basic pillars. First, consent and data protection. There's a dual parent and child assent, full transparency, and encrypted storage. Second, safe communication, vetted staff, monitored engagement, and anonymized reporting. We do not share data which can identify a particular student or a learner. We do not work that way. Third, the guiding principles, where the best interests of the children and the women override all commercial incentives. Every design decision prioritizes well-being and privacy. These are our impact numbers which talk for themselves. So the measurable impact, if you see, we have seen 30% higher engagement rates in self-paced modules. We have seen 25% improvement in course completion. With Roshni AI, we've seen 50% faster identification of struggling learners. Teachers are able to save 5 to 7 hours per week in just tracking this progress. And we have seen 80% greater visibility into individual progress. To date, we have delivered over 2.5 million transactions or interactions across our network. Can we play the video, please? It's a short video showing one of our women in action using the app. Can we play the video, please?
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम ममतावती है। मेरे गांव का नाम रौचा, ब्लॉक टलीगौसपुर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट बाराबंकी की रहने वाली हूं। मैंने 2016 में धर्मलाई ज्वाइन किया था। जया प्रोग्राम में जाके रोशनी चैटबॉट पे मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा कि मैं आज अपने गांव में क्या एक्टिविटी करवा सकती हूं। फिर उसने मुझे जवाब दिया कि आज आप माहवारी दिवस पर अपने गांव की महिलाओं को पास गेम खिलवा सकती हैं, तथ्य और मिथ्य के बारे में भी सवाल पूछ सकती हैं, जवाब दे सकती हैं। तो मैंने वो करवाया। और ये जया का रोशनी चैटबॉट बहुत अच्छा है। इसमें हम कुछ भी सवाल पूछते हैं तो उसका जवाब देता है। जो भी हमें काम करना होता है उसके बारे में पूछते हैं तो सही सही जवाब देता है। यहाँ पे मैम रोशनी फंक्शन खुल के आ गया। वो पूछ रहा है कि हम आपकी क्या मदद कर सकते हैं। आप कुछ नया सीखने की रुचि रखते हैं। मैंने पूछा माहवारी के दिनों में क्या समस्या आ सकती है। मैंने मान लो क्वेश्चन है, मैम इसी तरह से हम क्वेश्चन करते हैं तो वो आता है।
So that was how we saw one of our entrepreneurs working with using the chatbot for her daily work. Can we have the presentation back, please? Thank you. Here are some more testimonials of, or some more examples of how it is affecting, how it is impacting the lives on the field. We see Sanidhya, who is a grade 8 student. He has improved his English just using the chatbot with the Hindi-based support. He's able to improve his grammar. And we've already seen Mamtavati, who now plans community campaigns in Marathi within hours instead of days. Sneha, she's a trainer, and she's seen threefold increase in classroom engagement. One child, one woman entrepreneur, and one trainer. AI embedded in a trusted human network. Our path forward, we want to work in a phased manner. Foundation, we've already set with over 2.5 million interactions to date. We're already working on the next phase, which is the voice-first AI across 10 plus Indian languages. And then by 2035, our ambition is to increase our structural transformation, create 5 million dignified livelihoods for women, and reach 10 million children, especially girls, through our AI-enabled infrastructure. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much, Shweta. All of you heard at least 3 stories of personalized education during the day today. So it looks like the future of learning is going to be personalized education, which has been shown in literature that it is the best way to learn when you have your personal teacher. Most likely, for many things, that teacher is likely to be a machine. Let me ask you a question. How many of you, what's your guess? What percentage of India speaks English? Throw a number. 10, okay? 20, somebody said 20. Any other numbers? 5, okay, any other numbers? In psychology, you get anchored at a number when somebody says a number. So we have 5, 10, and 20. It may be somewhere between 10 and 20. In 2010 census, 10.4% of Indians spoke English as their second, third, or fourth language. I'm glad Shweta and friends are doing what they do in multiple languages. So with that, let's hear from somebody who has waited patiently throughout the day to tell their story. Let's invite for the one last but not the least spotlight, Hiteshri Shastri. She will tell us about Clipper.ai. Welcome, Hiteshri.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here this evening presenting what we are building at Clipper.ai at Truevision Thinking Labs. I am Dr. Hiteshri Shastri, co-founder and CTO at Truevision Ventures Private Limited. I am leading a cross-functional team of researchers at Truevision that sits at intersection of climate scientists and AI researchers. So our solution goes as like this. We are trying to build a weather climate intelligence system, a digital public infrastructure system for India. And it sits at the intersection of science and AI. Sounds a little complex, but then don't worry, I'll make it simple going further. So I did my PhD at IIT Bombay, wherein my research focused on hyperlocal weather modeling for urban India. And that is from where genesis of this solution came to me. So what we are trying to do is bring the best of the science into application and industry scale to the national scale. We are building climate intelligence system, which stays the intersection of AI and physical science. So our goal is simple, but then as well as very ambitious. We are, set to build a system which is built in Bharat, for Bharat, and scalable and exportable to the world. So how does that go? It goes like this. If you just see the slide, here what we are talking is actually not a weather and climate problem. It is an infrastructure problem. And at this point in time, let us also realize that India has started taking infrastructure as digital national system. Let us think of identity in form of Aadhaar. That has become a horizontal layer, or UPI in terms of the Fintech digital infrastructure layer. When these layers existed, there came a new system of innovations on top of it. An entire ecosystem flourished in Fintech and digital identity. So what we want to talk in here is next, weather becomes an operational infrastructure. How does it go? Sounds strange? Yes, but then not really that strange. Weather information do exist at this time, but then at the same time, it remains fragmented, averaged, and detached from real-time decision making. So what is this condition that I'm talking about? Urban systems, they don't receive real-time flood warning systems. Farmers don't know how to protect their crop in terms of adverse weather conditions, or say the heat stresses that occurs over the city. It doesn't translate in terms of what is going to be the next increase in energy demand. And disaster, it remains more reactive and not proactive how it should be. The gap that we are talking about is enormous. Consider the urban floods. We all must have seen in news, if not in real. Consider the crop losses and 50,000 crores of disaster losses occurring every year. So this is the gap that we are trying to address in here in terms of a horizontal layer of weather and climate intelligence. So talking a lot about the problem, going to our solution, we are building K12 which is what we call NCIS, National Climate Intelligence System. What it is, it has multiple modules such as hyperlocal weather forecasting, impact prediction AI, multi-hazard early warning, climate system intelligence, and digital climate twins. All of them remains a plugin wherein the government and independent identities can plug in for the data to flow to their system to bring the climate resilience information into their system. So let me try and draw a parallel to this. How UPI created a this fintech innovation. That is what we are talking about here in terms of weather and climate intelligence, a horizontal layer. A DPI, digital public infrastructure, made with climate. And I mean, that is what our solution is all about. So how we are building it, this is how we build it. At the heart and core of the system remains physics-informed AI. What is physics-informed AI? Weather prediction is all the climate dynamics, what we studied in our physics, temperature, wind, sun, right? And then it goes on. So then that is robust and proven physics models which work and gives prediction. But then at the same time, these models are computationally very heavy. They are very slow, difficult to scale. On the other hand, remains AI models which are quite swift, but then they lack the scientific grounding. They are just data-driven. So climate scientists are kind of, rejecting or not very convinced when you bring just AI and no physics into picture. So what we are trying to do is infuse physics and AI to make scalable, robust models that work at hyperlocal scale and are reducing the cost of per forecast cost at a good level. So that is our solution. We inject a lot of real-time data to make it more robust in terms of time, say satellite data, radar, ground observations, terrain, all whatnot. On top of it remains our impact layer. So you estimated the condition, how it translates in terms of ground condition. So say you have some extreme weather, so there is a stress to the energy system, urban system, infrastructure system. The stress estimation is our next layer. And the last is intelligence. So the system is not static, built in once, keeps on functioning. No, what we are building is the self-improvising system with lot of, features which iterates it whenever it deviates from the real ground scenarios. So that is our solution. And so why we are here and what is our ask? Our approach is, validate, do a pilot, and scale. So when we are talking about weather as an infrastructure, credibility and, the reliability is non-negotiable. Again, trust is to be engineered and not to be, commanded or to be just imposed. So we need a lot of validation. We want organizations, agencies to validate and use our models that will bring more and more credibility to this system of modeling. At the same time, we also need to do a lot many pilots to make the system test in the real scenarios so that, we can estimate what is the cost saving or what is the operational ease erased in there and all whatnot. And the third is the scalable. So any proven system can be put into multi-city pilots or at scale plugged into the disaster control rooms, agricultural, large-scale forecasting, adoption systems, and all. So this is our ask. And we are not building a product in isolation as a team. We are just co-creating what we call NCSI, National Climate Digital Infrastructure, and the partnerships in this room will determine how this will shape further in Resilient India. Request to please play the video. We have a short demo of our working pilot here.
Extreme weather isn't a rare disaster anymore. It's a daily operational risk for cities, power systems, and insurance. We don't lack weather data. We lack decision-grade intelligence, hyperlocal, impact-linked, and actionable for teams who must act before disruption. Clipper.ai delivers hyperlocal flood early warning, AQI dispersion insights, heat risk mapping, and long-term climate risk layers, so municipalities protect lives, infrastructure, and budgets. We envision Clipper.ai as a cornerstone of digital public infrastructure, just like UPI and Aadhaar. Built for India, yet designed for the world, Clipper.ai is exportable intellectual property at its core. By integrating physics-informed AI and quantum computing, it unlocks powerful new possibilities in weather and climate intelligence. This is not just technology for one nation. It's infrastructure for a smarter, more resilient planet. In energy, weather becomes money. Demand spikes, renewable variability, and asset risk directly impact the grid. Clipper.ai converts forecast into operational signals, feeder level risk, ramp events, outage probability, helping utilities plan procurement, optimize dispatch, and avoid preventable disruptions. For insurance and agriculture, the shift is from payout to prevention. Clipper.ai supports portfolio risk intelligence, event attribution, reducing loss ratios while protecting livelihoods. We are building an indigenous weather and climate intelligence ecosystem powered by advanced AI today and quantum-enhanced simulation tomorrow. Clipper.ai turns weather into action, so systems don't just react to the future, they're ready for it.
Yeah, so thank you very much.
Wow, well, thank you for your imagination, Dr. Shastri. You invoked the word that hadn't been invoked throughout the day, the digital public infrastructure. So thank you so much for doing that. I think, well, you know, it sort of brought to mind something as a system scientist, and there are young people in this room. I want to share this quick insight that if you look at principles of systems, you know, you see three types of transformations. There's the material turning into material. There's a wood that turns into a dais like this. That's one form of transformation. There's energy turning into energy. So there's heat that turns into piston moving. That's one form of energy displacement, heat into displacement. There's information, bits turning into bits, right? But then I think the exciting part that we have heard this afternoon, several ideas are turning one form into another. So for instance, the climate is a physical thing that's being turned into informational thing. That's where the breakthroughs are. So if you are a young innovator in this room, that's, if I were like you, then that's what I would chase. So with that, I think we have, believe it or not, successfully come to the point where we will be hearing about the top 10 team. Who is excited about hearing about the top 10 teams? Woo! Very good. All right. For that, I'm going to invite my dear colleague Anna Roy, Mission Director of the Women Entrepreneurship Program, someone who has led this whole AI by her flagship track, and someone who also provided leadership without which the Women Entrepreneurship Program of the NITI Aayog would not have taken place. So let's welcome Anna. She'll tell us about WEP, and then she will also tell us about the top 10.
Thank you. 5 minute more wait to all my dear friends on the left of this room. So can we have the presentation? Do we have one, or I just speak? We have. Okay. So you may wonder why WEP is doing AI by her. WEP is an aggregator platform which works towards building, enabling entrepreneurial ecosystem for women, both aspirational as well as existing entrepreneurs. For aspirational to move on to become an entrepreneur, for existing one, help them scale up. Next, please. It's too much English, I think. I think I'll just speak like that. So it works. Yes, this is our vision. Our vision is Ichha Shakti, Gyan Shakti, Karma Shakti. Basically, we do behavioral aspect under Ichha Shakti to start an enterprise and to grow your enterprise. Gyan Shakti, we have successfully over the past 8 years of our formation developed a knowledge portal because we feel that access to the right knowledge at the right time is key to the success of an entrepreneur. And Karma Shakti is basically hand holding, and under Karma Shakti we have developed a plug and play framework where we provide a platform for all stakeholders to come together, join hands, and we curate programs specific to the needs of the cohorts. Our mission is absolutely not to duplicate what is already happening. We are a very lean organization. We work with partners and we do not create our own programs. Our theory of change is basically whatever we do is to address all 6 ecosystem needs. So if we have a program for any cohort, we address all of these 6. We do not just provide skilling and not look at the others. We feel if you miss even one of these 6, your program is incomplete. Next, please. So today, this is what WEP is. I will not go through the numbers. This is a pitch deck, like so many pitch decks we saw today, and the 30 pitch decks by all our wonderful finalists to the 3 juries. This is my pitch deck. Come join WEP, register on WEP, and we will, I don't promise everything, but we will try and help in your entrepreneurial journey. Next, please. These are some of our marquee assets. I won't go into each one of them. So we have a knowledge portal. We have one-to-one mentorship where we have more than 800 mentors. Award to Reward program is our flagship initiative where we provide hand-holding. Sectors, then community module is something where we have an online community which enables peer-to-peer learning, networking, connecting. So a very lively, place. And we have a wonderful organization called WeWin, where the founder is Nupur Garg, a former VC, and who was also on the board of SIDBI, who is managing both our mentorship as well as our community page. And we have around 50 partners, so all of this work you see is being managed in some way or the other by one of our 50 partners. Now I will be announcing. So basically I wanted to mention about award to reward. Just come to the next one. For this particular audience, I would like to say that for the 150 shortlisted startups, we would like to curate a program on these steps of award to reward, where we don't need to now do a competition. You have already gone through it. So we have shortlisted 150. We would like to curate a capacity building program for you, which will include networking and mentorship as integral parts. We will be reaching out to you, so whoever is desirous can respond. And we would try to, because while we have worked in other sectors, deep tech is one area where we do not have a award to reward program as of now. So this is what under which for the top 150 shortlisted AI by her participants, we would try to work out something. And I already have spoken to some of the other companies who were present today, and they have expressed interest in working with WEP. On that note, I would now move on to announce the top 10 winners. The winners are in alphabetical order. Before I announce, please do not use your social media handles to share this information. It will be done as per the guidelines of AI Mission and NITI, who are conducting the entire summit. And as already been communicated to the top 30, it is necessary that you follow the directions which are given by the AI Mission regarding approaching the social media handles, because there is a certain, it's not as if they are being restrictive, but they are trying to give a narrative to the whole thing. So please be, appreciate that requirement of the organizers, and do not publish these results on the platform. On your social media handles. So the first winner, as I said in order of, in alphabetical order, is Able Credit. Is Able Credit around? Congratulations, Able Credit. Next is Azo AI. Congratulations.